Shalom, people. It's Saturday, February 1st, 2025. We back at it. I haven't uploaded in a few days because, I just haven't uploaded. Fuck it, I ain't been out here. But I'm back at it, chasing that bag, doing this ride share thing until I can't do it no more. And it'll be over in 10 years. So all people in ride share, get ready. And shit's almost done. They're going autonomous real quick. Anyway, tonight I want to discuss TikTok and how since the shutdown, right? My feed ain't been the same. Now, I've been noticing that I'm getting a lot of pop-up ads, a lot of dumb shit. So I went over and I I blocked a few things that shit that I shouldn't even have because I didn't, follow it or nothing like Meta and Facebook and shit like that. I didn't follow any of that. But the shit's part of my TikTok. Now, anyway, I blocked it. And I'm trying to, I don't know what's the word I want to use here, like get the algorithm back to what it was, right? I was getting all kind of shit. Now I'm going to start with this one video here and see where it takes us.
Puerto Ricans are mentioned in the Bible. That Puerto Ricans are referred to as Ephraim in the Bible, or the son of Joseph. And the Bible says that Ephraim in the end times will lead and help to join the nations together. Now that Puerto Ricans are waking up to the fact that America really just doesn't like them or care or respect or provide for the people who provide for them, now you guys can take your time and your energy and you can put it into a peoples that actually appreciate and respect.
Y'all hear the cocaine in the back? Y'all hear him? Check it out. Listen.
The fruit of your labor. Because remember, the blessing Ephraim was given was a fruitful bow. A fruitful bow needs to be able to go forth and multiply and be good at whatever you do. Remember, America has been sabotaging and taking advantage of the Puerto Rican peoples, their kindness, their work ethic, their labor. You guys have been worked like Hebrew slaves, might I say. Hibario? So something's starting to add up when we take.
He fucking me up. The word is hibaro, which is a lazy word of saying Hebrew. They use it as a country, like you country is like you a country bunking, but that's a lie. The word is.
You wrote all that, and all I am doing is going to the hospital. Turn left on Baldwin Place.
Hold on, yo.
Just ahead, pick up Shanta Babyigirl.
Anyway, hold on, people. I got a live one.
Please call the rider when you arrive.
Fuck.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, yourself?
I'm well, thank you.
I'm looking at my AirPods. That part. It was.
Turn left on Garden Avenue, then turn left on Torrealmont Street. Turn left on Torrealmont Street.
she's low on her dollars.
Turn left on Toriel.
I'm gonna jump in the parkway. That's good with you?
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, she should. What I would do with that is she don't have my ID, all of that, and got my picture and all that. I say people don't use my ID.
Just a signal, you bastard.
All she did is anyway, told me that, but I was like, that's crazy because how she was able to fit into her stuff like that. She just uses names. But she got clothes that I only washed all my hair. Got those
In a quarter mile, turn left on Cooper Avenue using the left lane. Turn left on Cooper Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn left on Summit Avenue. Turn left on Summit Avenue. Using the left lane, keep left onto Garden State Parkway South. on Lyons Avenue. Turn right on Lyons Avenue.
Come on, man. What the fuck are y'all doing? You going to main entrance or emergency? Yes, ma'am. My bad. Did I go too fast? From this city, so we got to drive like that here.
Turn left on Osborne Terrace using the left lane. left on Osborne Terrace.
Is it on this side or that side? That side? Got you. You're welcome. Don't do it, fucker. They don't. I tell them all the time, I'm Boricua, I ain't Russian. I don't do all that. Here you go, dear.
Thank you.
You have a good night. You're. Thank you. All right, so people, I'm gonna start this again, right? Just cause I want y'all to hear what he's saying.
Puerto Ricans are mentioned in the Bible, except Puerto Ricans are referred to as Ephraim in the Bible, or the son of Joseph. And the Bible says that Ephraim in the end times will lead and help to join the nations together. Now that Puerto Ricans are waking up to the fact that America really just doesn't like them or care or respect or provide for the people who provide for them, now you guys can take your time and your energy and you can put it into a people that actually appreciate and respect the fruit of your labor. Because remember, the blessing Ephraim was given was a fruitful bow. A fruitful bow means to be able to go forth and multiply and be good at whatever you do. Remember, America has been sabotaging and taking advantage of the Puerto Rican peoples, their kindness, their work ethic, their labor. You guys have been worked like Hebrew slaves, might I say, Ibarrio? So something's starting to add up when we take a look at what Puerto
Hey,
Rican
yo.
means. But
Again, I said it earlier when he said it. The word is Hibaro, right? And it loosely translates in today's language as like country bumpkin or some shit like that. Like, you know, I use a country nigga. But the word is like a bastardization of the word Hebrew, right? Again, they trying to hide who Ephraim was or is. He's telling partial. He's telling like a partial part of the story. He think he knows something, and you know what? I'm giving him his kudos. Fuck it, let him rock.
Riqua equals land of the brave lords. Joseph was the lord, or he was the king, same thing, of Egypt. Now remember, there's the northern kingdom of Egypt.
He wasn't the king of Egypt, but that's what's up.
In a quarter mile.
There's the southern kingdom of Egypt. There's the northern kingdom of Israel. There's the southern kingdom of Israel. You have the East Indies, the East indigenous, and then you have the West indigenous. And you take a look at the root word of that, Indios, and you're like, man, this entire culture is saturated with spiritual meaning. Just like how you say LJ. L equals a representation of a lord, hence the land of the lords. So when people see you in the Spanish culture, they're going to say, oh, Buenos Dias, El Jake. That's right. Thank you for that title. Thank you for putting L before my name. I appreciate that. You guys have kept the culture much better than these other cultures. And you guys actually notice the masculine versus the feminine. You guys don't really have too much of a, fine line between the two. The way that America and the American school system has done. You guys see, okay, this is a man, this is a woman, this is the culture. Keep it that way.
That's right.
Anybody who's trying to change it, hey, give them the death penalty.
That's right.
Why? I would never even think to touch or to go against another man's family. Here in Puerto Rico, you might get put underneath the ocean. This is no joke. These people might gather their pitchforks and their lanterns, and they might just stand up for what they know is right. Even if they know they're going to be disciplined, they're still going to stand up. And that's the difference between America, majority of most Americans, and the Latin countries. Latin countries, they will stand up for what's right. They ain't going to let you take away their familia. But hey, CPS, all those three-letter agencies in America, hey, come take my kids. You try to do that with the Spanish family, you're probably going to end up dealing with something different than what you do with the American families.
The fuck are you doing? Your stupid ass.
Puerto Ricans are mentioned in the Bible.
My bad. I don't know how to get this shit to go automatically, but there's something about the ice wall. All right, it looks like it's catching back up. I'm trying to get my algorithm back. That's normally the type of shit that plays on my TikTok. On all my social media. I don't be getting the bullshit. But this is what I get.
How would you like to be your own? But the most beautiful things in life are not just things.
See?
It go hut hut. Blue 42, red 47 inches OD. Being up above his resurrection. Catch that. Lead them ahead. I'm talking biblical. David High kick it.
I'm sorry?
1535 Maple Avenue.
What about it?
Can you pick us up from there instead of here?
Can you input the address so I know where to find it?
1535?
Yeah, you have to input it on your end. Where you headed? Yo. What is your location?
My car's right here.
No. What is your destination? Where you headed?
Newark Airport.
Newark Airport?
Yeah.
Okay. You're Moshe?
Yeah, Moshe Hershkowitz.
Okay. You want me to follow you?
Yeah, you can just follow me.
All right, let me just turn around.
Unwrap this, you feel my presence, just for you, God. I shall live, my soul is vessel. I could expect the deck, but I trust in him, I was there with it. Ever since I was there, I knew the method. Whoa, Ghostface. Every time I get on the record, label me a killer, my microphone is my weapon. I'm looking at my brothers like bodies, that's in necessity. Cause if I don't want my body, the body be in a second. Peer pressure, every verse is a vendetta joint. Never seen a group of collective that's just eclectic. Real old go into all you see from a separate day. Twin Bear Tower and never since 9/11 for y'all playing. Saying that you the best, my nigga. Who saying? Doing about anything for the check, my nigga. You playing. Showing your bling bling and ecstasy.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
You're welcome, sir. May I have your pin, sir?
Yeah, 1 second. Seven 582.
Head to your drop off in Spirit. Head to your drop off in Spirit.
Are you good for time?
What?
Are you good for time?
Yeah.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Hillside Avenue.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Turn left on Hillside Avenue.
Yeah, hi. Roxanne worked out. Yeah. Yeah, we parked at 1533. It was 1533, 1535. 35 had thinking it. There was heat around the garage. So, and the guy answered, by the way. He texted
In a quarter mile,
Yeah,
turn
yeah.
right.
I just wanted to make sure it was the right answer. So much. Okay, hello, thank you so much. 3 minutes. 7 minutes. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks so much. We checked that Mikey checked it for us online. Yeah. Right, so he texted it to his smartphone. Yeah, bar shop. Yeah, thanks so much. Thank you.
Turn right.
That's amazing.
Important directions. In 2 miles, keep right north of it. Highway comes down.
diet. Forget it. Yeah, we're gonna have to take some tasty apples. In a quarter mile, keep right on Express Road using the right lane. Keep right on Express Road. Keep left to stay on Express Road. In a quarter mile, continue straight on using the right lane. Something out of her. Continue straight on Terminus Road, then make a slight right turn. Using the right lane, make a right turn to stay on Terminal Access Road. Using the right lane, continue straight to stay on Terminal Access Road. Just ahead, drop off Wilshire on the right. Drop off Wilshire on the right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Safe travels, guys.
Thank you.
You're good on that side.
Have a good one.
You as well.
Head to your pickup at Terminal B, Zone 10. In a quarter mile, keep left to stay on Express Road using the left two lanes. Keep left to stay on Express Road. In a quarter mile, continue straight on Terminal Access Road using the
left. Pick up Bob on the left.
Are you Bob?
Yeah. How's it going?
Not too bad. How about you?
Yeah, man.
Okay. I sent you a couple messages about my restrictions in Jersey.
Okay.
Did you get any?
I did, but is my address taking us to one that violates that?
I don't know I don't know your address until after I start the
I got
ride.
you.
That's
It should be in Newark.
okay. Newark? Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, I assume it's good,
Register
but
drop-off at
Yeah. I'm restricted to just Jersey.
gotcha.
I'm not allowed to go outside of Jersey.
That makes sense. Yeah, it should be in Newark.
Well, no.
Local area,
It says West New York,
though.
6200 Hudson Ave.
Is that? That's New Jersey, right?
That's Jersey.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, just
Sorry.
West New York, not Newark.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah, like I said, I'm not familiar with.
No sweat. No worries.
Local area.
Just want to make sure it's
Yeah,
the right
no, yeah,
address.
yeah. It makes sense, man.
How's your flight?
Not too bad.
All right.
Yeah, it's cold here though.
Where you coming from?
London.
Wow. Okay.
Before that, Bulgaria. They weren't as cold as here, so.
Okay. I have a friend, Ruby. She's a nylon, what we call nylons here.
Okay.
A New York Londoner.
Okay.
She has a place in New York and a place in London and flies out regular.
I didn't think that was a term.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a term. I know that's what we call them,
That's awesome. Yeah.
nylons. I don't know how she does it.
Yeah.
Terribly long flight. I would be jet lagged most of my days. She does it at least 3 times a week.
That's crazy.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
That's what
right to stay
Yeah, I
on
was- I
express
told
route.
myself I was going to do some work on the plane. It wasn't happening.
Just 15 left toward US. Highway 1 using the left lane.
So is this just a pit stop or you home for a while?
So I'm visiting my sister who lives here,
Okay.
and then back to the city where I'm from. So small pit stop.
Okay.
Overnight.
Yeah, my family just moved to Virginia.
Oh yeah.
Toward US.
Yeah.
Left toward using
So just outside of Roanoke somewhere,
Oh yeah. Okay.
one of the burgs.
Okay.
I don't know which one. I don't remember.
right toward US.
Oh yeah. My sister went to school near Roanoke at an all-girls school called Hollins down there. It's a pretty great country.
Hmm.
I'm in Charlottesville.
Okay. I don't.
Nice, yeah.
I have only been down once to visit. was a little bit of a culture shock for me because I'm from the city.
Yeah, Roanoke, kind of progressively smaller from DC to Richmond to Charlottesville to Blacksburg to Roanoke. So probably 100,000 people in that.
Yeah, right. This was a little place.
Yeah.
I think it was. I don't know if it's Blacksburg or Christiansburg. It's one of them
Yeah, okay.
because it's right there. You said Blacksburg, and I could remember that.
Yeah, so they're right next to each other.
Right.
Blacksburg, where Virginia Tech is. Crawford and Christiansburg is the next town. Yeah, the way you described it is exactly right. It's just the next area.
Yeah, it was totally different when I got there. I was like, okay, this is not what I'm accustomed to.
Yeah, what was it? They just wanted to be somewhere different, or it is very different.
Yeah, I suppose. I can't really call it. I don't know what the hell my mom and sister were thinking.
Yeah.
I think my sister moved down for work,
Okay. Yeah.
and my mom just followed. And they bought some property out there. It's cool. I'm not ready to leave the city yet, though.
Yeah, it's so my mom's been talking about coming and living in Virginia as well, and she currently lives in Vancouver, Canada. I was
Nice.
just like, Mom, it's really not the same thing. Like, I don't want you to not come.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, when I visit you in Vancouver, you've got thousands of restaurants and stuff to do, and you really like it there. It's kind of quiet. And
Yeah.
there's
That's not
much
Virginia.
not much going on. If you want that, then it's perfect. Good. But, yeah, I lived there for work in 2013 and met a girl there and got married and kind of rooted in there now. So,
Okay.
but yeah, Charlottesville's cool. It's University of Virginia's there, 2 hours to DC, an hour to Richmond.
Oh yeah. So you're good. You're
Yeah.
good.
Plenty of and the Blue Ridge Mountains are there, so that's pretty. But I definitely know a lot of people that have left as well for maybe more exciting places like Austin or Denver. It's I feel like it's more people that are coming later in my like I'm in my late 30s. It feels good. If I was 21, I would want something different.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at Fairbanks. Right. I'm trying to go somewhere where there is nobody.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. My wife doesn't want to go there. She said you can go by yourself. We're Jews from the old. She doesn't like it there. She wants to go to Phoenix, and I'm talking about we'll talk about two extremes. Fairbanks is icy cold.
Yeah.
Phoenix is hell hot. So my compromise is Missouri.
Okay.
I'm looking at 150 acres. Get this for 80 grand.
Yeah, that sounds great.
That's awesome. You'll never find that. You know what an acre costs here in Jersey? $100,000.
Yes.
100 grand. So I can get 150 acres for that. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Not to just say something about every place that you've mentioned, but I worked in Fairbanks for a little bit.
Okay.
It's an interesting place.
Yeah.
There's I worked up there a couple of summers. Like a couple hours north there's a town called, well, town's not right, called Livengood, which was a mining camp on the pipeline before. And there's a lot of cool people in Fairbanks because they're all choosing to be there. So I found that was really interesting. It was like some military people, but then the rest were like, I really wanted to be up here away from everybody. And we got a cabin and dogs, and they're interesting. So
Yeah, no, that's what I fell in love with. First of all, it's remote. Where I initially looked was in the Revelation Mountains, but that was way too remote.
Yeah.
I met trappers there. I was like, okay, I'm too far north.
yeah.
I'm way too far in. Fairbanks, because it had people,
Yeah.
and they were lovely people. So I said, you know what? I can be neighbors with a person that's way the hell over there.
Yeah, it's like good fences make good neighbors. Like being a little far away makes good neighbors too.
This is really putting me on the turnpike. So unnecessary.
You saying that AI is not ready to take over yet?
No. I mean, I would, right? If my family were on board, we would all go right away. But everybody's not on board. My children are still young. They're not babies, they're adults, but they're in that, 20 and 30 range.
Yeah.
So they want to, live life.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready to go fishing and hunting and
Yeah, man.
procure my own food. And the most I got to worry about are wolves and bear and deer.
In a quarter mile, keep right
Well, if you're
toward
looking in
I-80
Missouri
Tunnel.
by,
Take the right lane.
I'm not just trying to say something about everything
Mm.
you're saying, but he lives in southeast Missouri on about 100 acres. That's where he retired to.
Ah,
Uh,
he loves it, right?
yeah, he loves it. He's near a town called Ironton. It's about 2.5 hours from St. Louis.
Okay.
There's a lake out there, Crane Lake.
I know Crane Lake.
Really?
Yeah. Where I was looking at was not too far from Crane Lake, was what made it a great selling point.
That's, I mean, he's on the road headed to that. So, yeah, he loves it. It's, I'm jealous every time I go out there.
Yeah, it's beautiful, right?
It really is.
It's the last wilderness in the United States.
Yeah.
Besides the Great North Woods.
I think that's right. Yeah. There's a ton of good fishing. So there's
Right.
a river. It's not like right next to him, but it's drivable, called the Current River, because it's got a fast current.
Mm.
So we floated that for probably 3 or 4 days. We could have floated it for 10 days if we wanted to.
Wow.
Fishing for trout, and it turned into smallmouth bass. It got a little further down.
Right. Yeah, see, yeah, I'm loving it.
Amazing.
I'm loving it.
The clearest water you've ever seen, and like nobody's heard of it. It's not on somebody's list of places to go
And develop.
fish.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
And that's the thing, they'll find it.
we'll find that.
They'll find it. I want to go before people find it.
Yeah.
Get 100 acres and probably, donate it, make it a preserve or something so that they can't develop it.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're so big out there still. So they have so much out there. Too much.
Yeah, no, and the covenants are really strict. Like where I'm looking at, they don't want development.
Yeah,
You
sure.
build your home, pay for it. The timber is yours. The water is yours. The air rights are yours. I'm with that, and leave it just for development. If I want development, I'll stay here. There's plenty of that.
We'll figure that out. Yeah, it's pretty. It seems like there's a pretty decent community there too with folks that have joined like a local planned burn association for like proper wood. I don't know anything about this stuff, but like proper woodland management.
Hmm.
And the thing with the planned burn, you get enough people together to make it safe, file a plan, and so they all kind of do their own hive. So when conditions are right, they'll get together and like help clear somebody's land or burn somebody's land so that it doesn't have a fire.
Right, so we don't have to worry about what's happening in the Palisades.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that was cool. I didn't hear about that stuff very often. Just people banding together, just to help each other out. It's kind of cool.
But that's what I liked about Fairbanks.
Yeah.
I went up there for a visit just to see the land, and the people they were community, it was,
Yeah.
they were willing to help each other. It was really nice. I love the people. I love the land. And I don't mind the cold. I'm a winter baby.
Yeah.
So I don't mind the cold. My wife, no. The cold depresses
I mean,
her.
it's not in the summer. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice in the summer.
She says the summer isn't long enough. And that's true.
It's not perfect.
It's not very long at all. She thrives in the summer. So I would have to deal with a very angry woman for a long time, except the summer. Then she would love it when it's beautiful and green and lush. She would love it. But that's my compromise is Missouri. We're right in the Ozarks, right alongside Arkansas.
Yeah.
Not far from St. Louis, so we could drive in. It's beautiful. I get my winters, she gets her summers. And 50 acres where I can look that way and not see anyone, maybe a bear.
And you're obviously not far from Nashville either, or Memphis.
In 2 miles, keep right
That's
to
north,
stay on I-95.
northeast area of Arkansas is starting to
Mhm. and I visited Nashville one time. Cool place. I think it's probably, if not the last, then one of the last republics left in the republic. I think that and Texas are the last two republics. I'm not sure about Texas anymore, but I'm sure it is, right?
Yeah.
But Nashville was free. When I went there, it was free. I was like, okay, this is America. This is America. I happened to go on some rally. I was there when they were doing some rally in their town hall.
In Nashville.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone was armed to the teeth. I mean, black, white, Jews, Gentiles. It was beautiful. And everybody had big guns with them. And I'm like, okay, I could live here. I could live here. And they were so comfortable. They were cooking and eating. It was beautiful. I was like, I don't know what the hell is going on, but I'm loving it. And besides, it's the music capital of America, so it's always something to do.
Yeah, I've only been a couple of times, but it's got personality.
Yeah, I've only been once. I fell in love with it.
I mean, in that southeast corner of Missouri, you also
In a half-mile
get over
to
into
the right to
Kentucky,
stay
you
on
got the land
I-95
between the lakes,
using the right
which
lane.
is a beautiful area as well.
I'm worried about that though. I saw a map, a Navy map, a new one. They're not even published yet. I have an uncle who's a Navyman, and he has these maps. He doesn't know I looked at them. But when you look at these maps, the entire eastern seaboard is gone, and the Great Lakes are one body with the Mississippi. And I'm like, okay, that's not good. Not good at all. I don't know what it means. I don't know if it's just a rendition. I have no idea. I'm not a topographer.
Yeah. Like if certain, I don't know, like climate, like temperatures raise and glaciers melted.
I guess. I don't know. I didn't ask him because I wasn't supposed to be there. He's an old man, and I'm 54, but he's one of those, like, I didn't want, we're not supposed to be in that room. This is his private stuff. And I was going through his private stuff. And that map terrified me. But it's where it started making me look down in the Ozarks too for land.
Yeah. So you have property.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the bright side.
A lot of things would have gone very badly.
Yeah.
If that.
Yeah, for that to happen, for all of the Great Lakes and the Mississippi to be one body of water, yeah, that would have to be something terrible. Something highly unlikely.
There's a lot of highly unlikely things happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas, like, there's black swan events, or like this is 100-year or 1,000-year thing that should never happen. It's like, yeah,
But it did.
keep happening. So
Mhm.
I don't know. Maybe your stats are
In a half-mile, keep right toward Kennedy Boulevard using the right lane.
Yeah, could be. That would be my luck. But that's all right. I'll get flood insurance.
St. Louis isn't too bad either. I don't know if you stopped through there. I don't know when you're looking, but that city's interesting.
Yeah.
Got a lot of different populations that have landed there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the element is more than I want to deal with in St. Louis. It's there too. I can recognize it being from Newark. I know where the trouble is.
That's fair.
So I go, okay, I know what that means. And I know what the sneakers on the line mean. And I know what that tag means. And I know this and I know that. So yeah, I don't want to be here. It's a cool place to visit. Go eat out on the town. But that's my compromise. Hopefully they'll bite, because I'm only giving myself another 5 years before I decide I'm leaving Jersey. And I've left several times, but I always come back because I love my state. I love my city with all of its flaws. So where you from originally?
Man, I'm from all over.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah. I I always tell people I'm from Tennessee. That's where I went to high school. But
Okay.
I was born in South Africa, in Johannesburg.
No shit.
Lived in Australia, lived in Zimbabwe, lived in Nicaragua, and then lived in Tennessee. Just easier to say Tennessee.
No shit. Because yeah, that's apples, oranges, papayas.
So when you're talking about like movie places, yeah, like I've done that many times. Like, where's the next thing we're gonna do here? I've spent a lot of time in New Orleans as well. In the U.S., it's probably before Charlottesville, where I spent the most time. I love it down there.
Do you?
Yeah. There's just no work.
I was down there. I made a mistake and went to their festival, Mardi Gras.
Yeah, no.
I've never been back since. I'll never go again.
That's the funny thing. It's like as a local, there's just like people like, oh yeah, Mardi Gras. Like, I've never.
No.
It's not the same.
Somebody suckered me into going. I was living in Tampa at the time, going to school, and somebody talked me into going to Mardi Gras, and I was like, oh hell no. After that, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
This is just 2 weeks of drinking and throwing up and party. It was just, I just was thrown by it, and then we went on a tour of a graveyard.
Okay.
The graves are above ground, and I was like, oh no, yeah. And then I saw that during what was that, Katrina?
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, not my favorite place.
Yeah, I was down there.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I left before. I mean, people forget over 1,000 people died. Yeah, it's a weird place. But I used to work as a bartender and a bouncer in the French Quarter, and that was a sobering experience. Just their finest, shall we say?
Yeah, I bet.
No, it's dangerous down there. There was a Marine ball. Marine and his wife were walking down the street next to where I was bartending, and he got in somebody said something about his wife or his girlfriend, and he was a Marine, so he was like not gonna take that.
Mm-hmm.
I got in a fight. The guy pulled out a knife and stabbed him to death in the middle of the street. Terrible, obviously.
Yeah.
I know that the detective down there was a brother, one of my friend's brothers, and the guy ended up running away in a rental car, and like a mirror fell off, and they caught him. But there's just that stuff happens all the time. There's just like random violence and just people. I mean, the murder rate is, I think, if it's not the number one, it's the number 2 in the U.S.
New Orleans?
Yeah.
In the French Quarter, or just the state in general?
Just the city. Homicides per capita.
Yeah, I could see that. I visited Nolia Projects when I was there.
Okay.
That's
There's some areas that not shouldn't necessarily go there unless.
No, I'm from Newark, New Jersey, bred here, my whole life in Jersey, but Newark, where I'm from, and it's get down to lay down. When I got to Nolia Projects, I was like, okay, I do not belong down here. This is way above my pay grade, way above. They were like really dangerous on a different level.
No, I know what you mean. There was different power structure.
Mm-hmm.
I had because you drive Uber, I had somebody that had like come in from out of town to drive Uber in New Orleans to make some money, which is good. That's awesome. They picked me up, and they clearly weren't from town because they took us right into the middle of that. You gotta, for both of our sakes, you gotta turn.
Yeah. What the hell are you doing?
This is not a path for us to go through here. You should probably figure that out. You're gonna be driving around here. You can't just roll in here.
No, and I've never felt that in my life until I was there. Yeah. I was like, I clearly do not belong here. Clearly. And I'll take you anywhere in Jersey. Yeah. Jersey has its element, but I'm from here, so I don't care. Right?
Yeah. Get the passport.
Yeah, I get that. I'm good. But when I got there, I said, oh no. And it was, again, a different vibe. I was like, this is dangerous on another level. Like, I felt like I would die. I've never felt like I would lose my life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Big cities always going to have stuff, but like before I left, and it was kind of one of the reasons, like carjackings were picking up, and I just stopped blocking my car because it wasn't worth having the windows broken out of.
Yeah.
Just, you know, that was just yeah, it was getting pretty bad. So Virginia was, you know, at least
Turn right
for
on
a moment, it's
52nd
okay.
Street.
I think your Missouri plans is a good one.
I think so.
If you ask me, like, hey, where would you try to figure this out? That's not already too crowded. That's, you know, not too crazy. That has that natural side to it. Yeah, man.
Missouri, right?
It's
Just
like
ahead,
Missouri
turn
or
left
like
on Bergen Line Avenue.
Wisconsin. I mean, I don't know. Shit.
Nor do I.
It's a little further north. I don't know. Maybe.
Somebody told me Montana,
Okay.
and after watching Yellowstone, I don't think I mind.
Yeah,
Because they made it
Left
look
on
good.
Bergen Line Avenue.
Damn, I can't. Kevin Costner, he made it look good.
yeah.
I was like, I could do that.
Yeah. Is that the reality or is that content marketing?
Right. I think that's content
You
marketing.
have to go check it out.
I've never been there. But if it's like that beautiful mountain, I would love that.
People tell me it is. Like just the size of the mountain. Yeah, stunning. I've never been.
Yeah, the land got to be expensive though there.
So that's I mean, it's probably a stereotype, but I figured like Montana's just full of rich people that already got there.
Yeah.
It might not be true.
Yeah. I believe that. I believe that. I think that there was a part in that show where she said, you can look across this room and the most billionaires in America are right here. So I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that. But I've never been, you know, anywhere but here on the East Coast. Well, Gulf Coast as well.
How was Tampa?
I loved it. I went down there. It was big, but it was a calmer vibe. I went to school, Tampa University down there.
Okay.
I lived in Hyde Park. This was an exclusive little part of Tampa. I did not belong. I was harassed every day.
Really?
Yeah. I was harassed every day. But I fell in love with it. My friend Ruby, my nylon, she has a summer spot down there. Her parents are from Fort Myers. Her parents are from Fort Myers.
Yeah.
So we went down and she has a little spot in Tampa, and I stayed in her spot in Hyde Park. And boy, oh boy, I was like, okay, clearly. But it was beautiful. I mean, it was a swank. Now it's like Austin.
Yeah.
It's a trendy little place. I probably couldn't get back into it if I tried. Kind of like Brooklyn.
Yeah. Depends on everybody's list. Yeah.
Yeah, but I got a grandmother still there. She says she's going to die there
In a quarter mile, turn
unless
right
they
on
offer her
51st
20
Street.
for her brownstone. They've already offered her 11. They've offered her 11 for it. And she said, nope, 20 mil. And it's hers, free and clear. And it has a driveway that fits 2 cars. So
She might get the 20.
she might.
Depending on how.
She might. She said, they've offered her 11. I was like, wow, 11 for a brownstone. These were like crap properties back in the day. Now they're just hot on the market. And they did it in Jersey City. What they did there, you can't even recognize that place. So yeah, hopefully the wife will be ready to go. I don't know though. I'm going, even if I got to go alone and set it all up,
Turn right on 61st Street.
because I can't beat 150 acres for 80 grand. You can't beat that.
Yeah, I mean,
And it's not gonna last much longer.
yeah, my dad ended up putting in a big garden, like vegetable garden. Pretty much it's just what he grows there.
I know that's right.
Um,
In Virginia?
no, this is in Missouri.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, that was cool. The soil's really good.
I just started gardening too, getting my feet wet for that.
Just ahead, turn
I
left
grow
on
great tomatoes. Not much of anything else. And peppers,
Okay.
but they're easy to grow.
Yeah.
Tomatoes, though, I grow a nice variety of tomatoes, and they're great. They're awesome. I compare them with my local grocer, and it just doesn't compare.
Yeah. There's no comparison.
Nah, nothing at all. You can take my tomatoes right off the vine and just eat them, and they're so tasty. Store-bought tomatoes, trash.
Yeah.
So good on your dad.
It's crazy, man. Yeah, he's got. I mean, his soil just must be so good. He doesn't do anything to it either, which is crazy. So he's growing all kinds of squash, okra, beans, eggplants, tomatoes. Yeah, and that's the dream,
Yeah,
right? I mean, he's pretty self-sufficient out there. He's got his own water. He's got solar.
Oh, he good.
Yeah. I wouldn't call him a prepper. He's just like,
No,
yeah,
but
I mean,
he's
if I had to be out here, then I'm good.
right. He's off grid if he needs to be.
Exactly. And,
Yeah, that's perfect.
Street, then turn left on Hudson Avenue.
and he's at the, at the end of a long road that nobody should be coming down, really. So,
Nice. And in Missouri, you can have, have your guns.
Yeah.
So if someone is coming down that road, they shouldn't be.
Yeah. He's got it all set up, like I said. I mean,
for
we live in
him.
the middle of nowhere. You do need to know he's got all that set up. So
Good for
there's
him.
no alarm. Somebody's driving like a couple miles out to the trick or something, and so he can, step out, see who's
Turn
coming.
left on Hudson Avenue.
Usually he welcomes them, but you just want to make sure you know.
Right. Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, good on him. How many acres he said no?
It's about 100. Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's a nice little chunk of land.
Yeah.
That,
And
I
it
can.
wasn't that expensive, to your point. I mean, might have been around the same price you're talking about. I mean, he's done a lot. He had to put a bridge in over the river. That was the only thing that I think was more expensive than he anticipated, but that was needed. But he has a river as well,
Right.
so
Yeah, and that part of it is his, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's got the
Lovely.
water rights to it.
It means the fish are his. Everything is his.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at him. Good for him.
Just ahead, drop
It's
off
just so
Bob.
quiet out there too. When I go out and see him, it's so peaceful.
Yeah, it's nothing like a cup of coffee in that morning, is
you
it?
just- so-
Yeah. And I blame my grandparents because when I was a child, they had a farm
really?
in North Carolina. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would go down in the summers. It was never a vacation. They always put us to work.
Yeah.
But it was quiet and beautiful. They sat on a big plot though. I think they had like 500 acres.
Okay.
And it was massive.
Yeah, this is a real farm.
Yeah, they had a farm, working farm.
Yeah.
But I remember the mornings that because my grandmother was the last to bed and the first one up every day.
Yeah.
And she was old. And I'm like, how? But I would wake up to that fresh coffee. And I didn't drink coffee at the time. I was a kid. But I remember that. It imprinted on my mind. Right or left side?
That's a great question.
Because I'm sure we've passed it. What is the number? 6,200? Okay, yeah, so it's behind us.
Okay.
It's got to be on that side.
Yeah, that's right. Cool. Thanks for the ride.
You good? You know what? You got a bag, right? Let me just go around for you. Come back around and put you on that side.
I appreciate it.
All right, shut the door. Can I turn here? Yep. Yeah, because that's 6,300 there.
Turn right on Broadway, then turn right on 62nd Street.
I just spent the last week in Bulgaria, and craziest thing I ran into is they have okra there, which I was not expecting.
Okra
Okra.
in
In
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria.
Well, that's different.
They don't call it that. Though.
What do they call it?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
It's all sort of like, it was a very difficult language to even try to pick up bits and pieces. Maybe on the next trip I'll do it. But yeah, it was like, it's like okra.
Bulgaria. I couldn't even imagine what that's like.
It's very different, man.
Turn
It's,
right on Hudson Avenue, then drop off
it's
Bob.
on the Black Sea. They have like thousands of years of history. They're the most pessimistic people I've ever met. But
Wow.
they have every right to be because they've been taken over by everybody and their mother. Like, they're just like, we don't care. We don't trust anybody.
I think it's this right here. I think.
That looks
Yep,
right.
62. All right, guy.
Yeah.
Have a good one, man. Back
Good chat, man.
safe travels when you go.
Good luck on the plans to convince some people.
Yes, sir. All right, let's get back to it.
Fake niggas fake numbers. Want more, but never will learn the lesson, even when it's at the expense. What is going on over here, y'all? Look at this. What do you see? This guy? Do you hold on? I just have to point out this guy. Look at those antlers, y'all. But yes, this is in Colorado. These elk just invaded these towns and started sitting in front of these houses. What is going on here, y'all? What do they know that we don't know? Y'all see that?
A bunch of shit.
They look calm, but what is driving them away from the force? There's so much going on in the world, and one of the things that people are saying that weird noises have been happening all around the planet. But I'm looking at the sky and I see these crazy looking clouds in the sky, but y'all see that? What is this about? I mean, Colorado, is this a normal thing? Is this normal? Why is he the only one that's standing up, really? That one's got a collar on it. What is going on? Why does that one look like it's got a collar on it? Y'all see that? Am I tripping? That's a collar, right? What is going on? Pay attention to the animals. The animals are more in tune to nature. The animals have been talking to us lately. People just forgot how to communicate. But I believe they're literally trying to send us a message, especially sitting in front of people's homes like that, y'all. I don't think they're the ones that try to invade people's personal space. But what do you guys think about this? Let us know down in the comments below, y'all. Let's continue to get this shit. Peace.
I know it's hard, but they're ready to pay you. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world has been my
Did you guys know these
Hey,
See what I'm saying?
automatically rude.
Here's the bullshit, you see?
When you were so excited for your reception pictures and this is what you got back. Uh-oh.
See all this bullshit? All ads.
Here's what happened. Frontier Systems suffered an operational failure caused by what they're calling a technical glitch, resulting in I want you to hear me say it, a nationwide ground stop. Thousands of passengers were stranded at airports across the entire United States. Passengers were urged by Frontier to basically check the outage status via their Frontier app website. Here's where it gets weird though. Could this just be another random airline issue, or is there something bigger at play? Now, the point I want to make about this is we also had outages of ChatGPT and DeepSeek today as well. Then at the same time, and I'm going to break this down for you, in another really shocking development, Belgium shut down its airspace as well. They're calling it a technical issue with their air traffic control system. They basically have a system called SCIAS, I think is how you say it, but it's this air traffic control system, and it experienced a failure that impacted their air traffic management. So all of Belgium shut down their airspace. This caused multiple flight cancellations, and they even had diversions all across Europe. But the exact cause they were never able to figure out. Why are both U.S. airlines like Frontier and then an entire European country's airspace shutting down at the exact same time. So is this just some random glitch, or is there something else at play? Here's what we know. Here's what happened. Frontier Systems suffered an operational failure caused by what they're calling a technical glitch, resulting in, I want you to hear me say it, a nationwide ground stop. Thousands of passengers.
I want to hear that again.
At airports across the entire United States. Passengers were urged by Frontier to basically check the outage status via their Frontier app and website. But here's where it gets weird though. Could this just be another random airline issue, or is there something bigger at play? Now, the point I want to make about this is we also had outages of ChatGPT and DeepSeek today as well. Then at the same time, and I'm going to break this down for you, in another really shocking development, Belgium shut down its airspace as well. They're calling it a technical issue with their air traffic control system. They basically have a system called SCIAS, I think is how you say it, but it's this air traffic control system, and it experienced a failure that impacted their air traffic management. So all of Belgium shut down their airspace, and this caused multiple flight cancellations, and they even had diversions all across Europe. But the exact cause they were never able to figure out. Why are both U.S. airlines like Frontier and then an entire European country's airspace shutting down at the exact same time? So is this just some random outage, or is there something else at play? Here's what we know. Here's what happened. Frontier System. Yo guys, so here's the thing. I've got a feeling that I'm being shadow banned. I'm in the sim bin or something. So do all of the buttons, repost, comment, like, save, get me out of the sim bin, get the algorithm boosted again. For the whole time that you're watching, I will talk, and I will tell you about Hugh Jackman and Simon Cowell at a spirit cooking event. Now I know you can't see what that is down there, but this is like a bath with some sort of red coloured gravy in it, and a cake. But it's not really a cake. It's, I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But like, it's in the shape of something it shouldn't be. You know, and it has red gravy over it too. So, people want to talk about Diddy and Epstein, but they need to hear the story about Simon Cowell and Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman.
You guys are not ready for that story yet, are you?
Sure.
And if you're not following me yet, you're flipping shumpy. Come onto my page as well and tap my notification bell at the top and click all so you don't miss none of my future uploads. Yo guys, so here's the thing. I've got a feeling that I'm being shadow banned. I'm in the sim bin or something. So do all of the buttons, repost, comment, like, save, get me out of the sim bin, get the algorithm boosted again. For the whole time that you're watching, I will talk, and I will tell you about Hugh Jackman and Simon Cowell at a spirit cooking event. Now I know you.
Well, guys, I just applied for a. So your true story. Because I'm watch this video today. Noises underground. This video is for entertainment purposes only. Here we go again. You found it. What's that noise? You know, it feels like it's right here. Like maybe a foot underground, but if I go to this, you won't see nothing. What could that noise be? It's like the last hole I dug. Insane. Oh, baby. Could be a volcano. Could be water. Kind of sound like a heartbeat. Stop playing with me, sir. This video is for entertainment purposes only. I don't know what I'm talking about. That dude doesn't
Hello, how are you?
He's hearing things. Sir, it's a true story, you know. It's a little different, don't I?
Hello.
Stop playing with me, son. It's not a giveaway, guys. If you know what's going on. Guess what? It's over. It's over. It's over.
That's correct.
Sir, I had to do it, guys. It's a lab. Dexter's laboratory. Stop playing with me, son. It's not a giveaway, guys. And a true story, you know it's going. It's a true story 2.0. Sir, don't you say. Stop playing with me, son. It's not a giveaway, guys. I'm out of here. I think you're sick. I remember standing on the ground, and I hear noises. I'm gonna think something's coming.
actually, you can benefit. F-35 fighter jet crashing at an Air Force base in Alaska during a training exercise. The images all on camera. The pilot ejecting just moments before. Here's more of the Raditz.
Tonight, dramatic video circulating online showing the military's premier fighter jet, the F-35, plunging to the ground and bursting into flames. The pilot seen parachuting to safety after ejecting from the aircraft.
His plane was going straight up. I knew there was something wrong. It fell like a rock towards the ground right by the highway, just blew up, the biggest fireball I've ever seen.
The Air Force said the pilot had reported a malfunction during a training mission at Eielson Air Force Base in Alaska yesterday afternoon.
The pilot did declare an in-flight emergency prior to what ended up being the crash.
Look closely. You can see that the landing gear on the jet was down.
It was almost right on the runway, which suggests that the pilot was troubleshooting some kind of problem, and they were in the pattern, ready to land, and all of a sudden they had to eject.
Investigators will be aided not only by the video that was captured, but by the pilot who survived, and whatever can be recovered from the $80 million aircraft
$80
itself.
million.
And David, the pilot was taken to the hospital immediately after he parachuted to the ground. But tonight, the Air Force is telling us he has been released and is in good shape. David?
Yeah, we are glad he's okay, Martha. Thank you. 35.
Guys, if you're just now joining, let me...
You voted for Trump. You are not allowed in Mexico. Don't have margaritas. Don't have tequila.
Does this mean I have to divorce my Mexican wife? I mean, can't have tacos, can't have tequila, no margaritas. I mean, I can't have a Mexican either?
You voted for Trump.
Don't pay your credit card.
There's this guy. It looks like he's wearing a uniform like we are. He's got battle dress uniform on. So he sees us and he starts to look like he's running. And he's got this really weird run, like his arms are kind of flailing behind. It's like he was running against the hurricane wind. And it was like he was going to fall over at any time. And I was like, yeah, it's a bit windy today, but it ain't that bad. So it looked really strange. And then I began to notice his skin tone looked like he might be hypothermic. And I'm thinking, oh crap, this dude's been out here. It's freaking freezing out here. Because it was a very cold day. And the wind was blowing. It was, those cold days where it didn't matter how many layers you had on. And so as we're getting closer, I'm talking to the ranking guy, hey, we need to slow down. So anyway, I'm thinking, this guy's probably in big trouble. I need to pull up my jacket. I need to give him something to get warm real quick. So I'm starting to do that. We're approaching, and by the time I get my jacket most of the way off, he's right there at the corner of the front of the car. And
So he looks pale? Is that what you're saying?
He looked like an albino with a very bluish kind of undertone. If you could imagine,
So you're assuming you're immediately associating that with he's freezing.
Yeah, because that's all I could equate it to.
Right.
And then as I'm starting to open my door to try to administer aid to this guy, the dude in the front passenger seat screams he's got no ears, and I thought that was pretty rude. Because I was like, the guy's in trouble.
Does he have a hat on?
He's got a hat on, and he's got BDUs that look absolutely clean, pristine. And when you're uprange, you do not wear your cleanest uniform. You're in a dirty environment. You wear your scuffed up boots. You don't take them with you.
So he's got a clean battle dress uniform.
Everything.
United States military.
Very out of place. Yeah, it looks very out of place when I finally do it. But anyway, I step out onto the roadway, and this guy screams that he's got no ears. And I'm just thinking it's really rude. And then I close the door, and I look up, and he's got no freaking ears. And his eyes are twice as big. And I just am like, yeah, what the hell did I just walk into? This guy's not from around.
How far away from him were you?
Probably from me to
Just a few feet.
Yeah, just talking distance.
Okay.
And I'm starting to freak out, but then he starts to talk to me, and it's not my language, but it's coming to, the understanding is like coming into my mind about every word he's saying, because
so he's actually saying words.
He's saying words, but it doesn't sound like anything I've heard before.
But you're understanding what he's saying.
But I'm understanding. So I know there's a telepathic thing going on here, and it calms me down at the same time, because I'm having to respond to him. And he's like, hello, I'm having trouble with my craft. I need some repair material. Do you know where I can find some Tritium? And this is what he's talking to me about. And I'm like, you mean titanium? Because I didn't know anything about Tritium at the time. But titanium, he's like, no, it's not it. And I'm like, well, at this point in my career, I had just left the program. So I knew where Dreamland was, and I pointed to the mountain range because you can see for days in the desert. But I pointed towards the mountain range, and I said, Dreamland's just over there. There's this guy. It looks like he's wearing a uniform.
Right here is good. Right here is good? All right. You're welcome. Have a good night, man.
Hey, babe.
Cooking bread. So let's shut in, my friends. It's time to explore. Here we go.
We, the tall whites, live approximately 10 times longer than humans do. And we don't age the way humans do. We grow to the height of 5. We, the tall whites, live approximately 10 times longer than humans do. And we don't age the way humans do. We grow to the height of 5 to 8 feet tall. But then when we get equivalent in age to a human who's perhaps 39 or 40 years old, for us that's 400 years old, then we start growing again. Instead of aging the way humans do as we grow older, we go through
Alright, this is some bullshit. I don't know why it's on my page, but fuck it. There it is.
Not necessarily good for us, because only our bones and muscles grow. Our internal organs don't grow in proportion. After a time, we get very tall, 8'8", we get taller, we become more fragile eventually after 600 or 700 years. There comes a growth phase where we begin growing again, and our organs can support our bodies. We become super thin, in which case we pass away, usually by the time we get to be 8 feet tall. We visit your military bases often. We, the tall whites, let's make...
I found something really interesting. This oregano oil brand thought TikTok was going to be banned, so they launched a huge discount promotion, and they still haven't changed it back. The original price of this oregano oil was $40.
Get your quick...
What the heck was going on here? There's buildings everywhere. Thousands of buildings all around me. Brownstones again. Looks so ancient. It's stairs are so big.
Shit crazy.
Can't imagine what the kings were feeling back then. Sitting in here. And this. What the heck was going on?
Good morning. Good morning. You ready for this? Ready? Come on. I'm watching this clip, right?
Just ahead, turn right on.
As above, so below. Right? Guys, I made the connection. It's gonna blow your mind that we knew all along what does it remind you of? What does this remind you of, y'all? Watch this. Look, I'm not supposed to be holding on to this phone, but my mind cannot stop, and I feel like I should share this. Whenever I watch something, I connect dots. That's me. And whenever you're watching something, when they showing you books in those movies, take the titles. They all telling you something. But this is a big ass camera, y'all. I'm gonna show you guys. This is what they did not want to tell us what that is, y'all. I'm gonna show you guys what that is. You guys ready? Just tell me if I'm on to something, man. TikTok, this is not facts. This is not true. Alright? Alright, guys, check this out. TikTok, this is not true. This is not facts. Alright? So you guys, take a second and read this and tell me what you think. They have been lying to us, you know. It's still obvious now, man. I'm watching this clip, right? As above, so below. Right? Guys, I made the connection. It's gonna blow your mind that we knew all along. What does it remind you of? What does this remind you of, y'all?
Yeah.
Watch this.
Julian, yes.
I'm not supposed to be.
But it is only. Here's a summary of what we're getting. Donald Trump says nothing can be.
Oh, ¿puede esperar 5 minutos?
I'm sorry?
5 minutes, please.
5 minutes? No, not 5 minutes.
Oh,
2 minutes. That's it. We're waiting?
Done by China, Mexico, and Canada right now to force all tariffs. So people who thought there was a border plan or something that could be put in place.
Sí, dice que 2 minutos espera, no más. Corre.
To stop this from coming tomorrow, as the president is now saying, it suggests that is not possible. We have big deficits, Trump says, and tariffs are something we're doing. We may increase the tariffs beyond the 25% he's threatening on Canada, Mexico, and the 10% he's threatening on China. We will put tariffs on chips and oil and gas, chips being microchips, of course, but core industries are, such as oil and gas. Not looking for concessions. Oil and gas tariffs, there was some hope that they might be exempted by February 18th, is what Donald Trump is saying. And he says he also wants to bring pharmaceuticals back to America with tariffs, and that is part of his broader trade strategy. Here's a summary of what we're getting. Donald Trump says nothing can be done.
So Trump is putting tariffs on Canada starting tomorrow. And Canada already said they will cut the power to 3 major states if it comes to it. Those states being Michigan, Minnesota, and New York. And if they cut that power off, it's still cold up north. I live in Louisiana. I'll be all right. It's 75 degrees outside right now. You know what I'm saying? We gonna be all right, but it's freezing up there. And if they cut people power off, I don't really know how the power works. I don't know if they have like a reserve of power supply, like if it ever gets shut off, they got a reserve to run off of, or is it just gonna go dark for 15.5 minutes, right? But if that is the case, Canada, that's some gangster shit to do. 25% tariffs? Watch this. Lights out. The Prime Minister of Canada already said if Trump proceeds with these tariffs, everything is on the table, including y'all lights. So, people in New York, Minnesota, Michigan, I feel for y'all, because that's cold. So Trump is putting tariffs on Canada starting tomorrow.
Thank you, buddy.
You're welcome. You good back there? You good?
Good.
Interesting, right?
Thank you.
They're all saying this. And they've already declared somebody their Mashiach.
57th
their
Street?
Prince of Peace.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Christians all know that their Mashiach is going to be our Antichrist because the Messiah has already came. And for the ones that say, Chris, we've been in the end times forever. You've been saying Jesus is going to come back forever. There's a difference in a non-prophetic claim of the end times and a prophetic claim of the end times. What I mean by that is that prophecy is fulfilled. They have the red heifer almost ready to sacrifice. The person that they have called their Mashiach, their Prince of Peace, just appointed an architect to rebuild the third temple. They have minted this man's face on a coin with King Cyrus, which maybe that could be your homework. Look up who King Cyrus is. Wars, rumors of war, global unrest. You look at the floods, the earthquakes, the hurricanes that are only going to get worse. Israel is surrounded by its enemies, not just surrounded. His surrounded enemies, her surrounding enemies, want to obliterate her and are actively trying to. Once that third temple is built, which it will be very soon, the abomination of desolation will stand in that third temple. How long will it take exactly? I don't know. I can't tell you. We don't know the day or the hour. You know the verse that you guys like to throw around a lot. Maybe not you. But it says in the Bible that in the end there will be mockers and scoffers, even Christians, saying, where is your Jesus? You've been saying this for forever. But he says he will reward his watchers, the ones that are watching for him, the ones that are ready for him. If you don't believe that Jesus is God, I'm going to urge you to pull your Bible out, go on the internet, type in End Times Prophecies on YouTube, and really see what's going on. The amount of prophecies that the Bible has fulfilled, especially right now, make it impossible not to be a true book. So look up who they're calling their Mashiach and their Prince of Peace. It might shock you because Christians are obsessed with him, as was I at one point, until I found out that prophecy says who he really is.
Hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all. Hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God.
If you still haven't grabbed this.
Because nobody's talking about it, but between me and the airport, or me and the strip, is the Las Vegas airport. I was out here for 3 hours last night. Not a single plane took off or landed, and then the same thing's happening tonight. Last night I have video footage of there was a bunch of different lights around, like beams of lights it looked like around this part above the strip. But tonight we've got sitters. And I'm very confused at why no planes are landing and they're just flying over and around the strip. There's another one that's out there. So you see the planes in the background moving, whereas the other objects are not. Guys, nobody's talking. The Las Vegas.
Mayor, no. What is it now?
Turn right on John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
Blocked. How does the mayor know?
This was very important. That after the conclusion of World War II, Admiral Byrd was asked if he would mount a large armada and go for 4 months. It was supposed to be that they would go in December, January, February, and March, and there was a list of military goals that they were to achieve, but by the end of February, something happened.
One of the mission's official goals was investigating sites for potential military bases in Antarctica. But during his explorations, Admiral Byrd allegedly came upon something highly unexpected.
This story is said to come from his diary, not his published account of the trip, but something he held back and then later was suppressed by government authorities that found it frightening.
In his diary, which was discovered by his son after his death, Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story. Admiral Byrd heard there was an entrance to the center of the Earth through the South Pole, and he took planes into the South, under the South Pole. And when he did that, he discovered that as he flew over the pole, suddenly he's looking at things that shouldn't be there. I mean, it was temperate. His squadron flew under the Earth, into the Earth. It turns into this lush and green area, and he can't even believe his eyes. But that's just the beginning of his extraordinary story. He tells how all of a sudden he starts to see a shimmering rainbow city that's made of crystal. His airplane is taken control of when he suddenly sees these flying disc-shaped objects around him that lead him to the ground. Whereupon he's escorted into a cavernous type of an area where he meets a being he refers to as the Master in his diary. The Master tells him that they're highly disappointed at what humans are doing with nuclear weapons, how they recently destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they really are concerned about what is going on the surface of the planet. They tell Admiral Byrd that they hope that humanity will ultimately stop this. This was very important, that after the conclusion of World War II, Admiral Byrd was asked if he would mount a large armada and go for 4 months. It was supposed to be that they would go in December, January, February, and March, and there was a list of military goals that they were to achieve, but by the end of February, something happened.
Quarter-mile turn right on 57th Street.
One of the mission's official goals was investigating sites for potential military bases in Antarctica. But during his explorations, Admiral Byrd allegedly came upon something highly unexpected.
This story is said to come from his diaries, not his published account of the trip, but something he held back and then later was suppressed by government authorities that found it frightening.
In his diary, which was discovered by his son after his death, Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story. Admiral Byrd heard there was an entrance to the center of the Earth through the South Pole, and he took planes into the South, under the South Pole. And when he did that, he discovered that as he flew over the pole, he's looking at things that shouldn't be there. I mean, it was temperate. His squadron flew under the Earth, into the Earth. It turns into this lush and green area, and he can't even believe his eyes. But that's just the beginning of his extraordinary story. He tells how all of a sudden he starts to see a shimmering rainbow city that's made of crystal.
his airplane is taken control of when he suddenly sees these flying disc-shaped objects around him that lead him to the ground. Whereupon he's escorted into a cavernous type of an area where he meets a being he refers to as the Master in his diary. The Master
I'm just going to let him go first.
What humans are doing with nuclear weapons, how they've recently destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they really are concerned about what is going on the surface of the planet.
He is good?
They tell
Okay.
Admiral Byrd that they hope that humanity will ultimately stop this.
Have a good night, guys.
Very important.
You're welcome.
That after the conclusion of World War II,
Since we've all had time to practice girl math.
So the planet Atlas, which is of course the body of the snowman, sits right below us and is accessible beyond our ice caps, our ice walls. And there are actually several different ways in the lore where you can get through the ice wall to explore these faraway distant lands. And before I get to the actual lands, I want to explain those gates a little bit. That way you kind of get a little premise of what we're going for. The gates are the Sentinel Gates, the Tiger's Gate, the Serpent's Gate, and the Leviathan's Gate. Those are what they've been called, and as you can see in the image, they are labeled here. I'm going to be referencing this map a lot. Get used to it, because that's one of the only references we have. So these gates play a massive role in understanding why certain people are in these lands in Atlas and how they got found. Sentinel's Gate is located at the southern part of the ice wall. The terrain here is pretty flat, dotted with small ponds and marshlands. In these swampy marshlands lives a species of penguin that is much wiser, much more evolved than the penguins that we know. They are the Sentinel penguins. Of course, that is where the Sentinel Gates get this name from. The very first people thought to have found the ice wall and this break in between the Sentinel Gates were the Proto-Yagan. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Proto-Yagan sailors. Those sailors got horrifically off course and they ended up getting lost and sailing directly through the Sentinel's Gate. A small number of these sailors stayed here and kind of set up camp and colonized the immediate areas. There's not really much plant life to speak of here at Sentinel's Gate because the land is dotted with just lakes and rivers and ponds and things like that. But those penguins that I mentioned that live here, those are another story entirely. They stand at 2.5 meters tall and are extremely, extremely aggressive. They're literally known for how mean they are and how they'll go out of their way to attack people they see. The Sentinel penguins usually spend days at a time standing completely still, just idling there in this very scary looking position until they're ready to attack their prey. One thing that you'll find in all of these different lands at the gates and beyond the gates into Atlas and beyond is that these places have tribes and native people that were settled there a long, long time ago. And I'll try to get into as much deep lore of that as I can. There is a lot of it, and I will not be able to get it all in, so I apologize for the lore purists. I'll just be glossing over some of them, but I'll mention the ones that I think are important. For instance, here at the Sentinel Gate, the Senti people are who kind of run the joint. Each of these tribes is split up by chieftains, and a chieftain rules a certain part of the tribe, and these Senti people are known for not getting cold. Obviously, the areas around here are pretty frigid, and they get really low in temperature, and these people are known for being hardy. They don't even wear coats. They kind of just walk around naked, and they don't even get cold at all. There are other smaller little islands that dot the Sentinel's Gate that were founded by Argentinians, by people from Germany, by people from Spain. All sorts of colonies like that were started many years ago, and the people that allegedly live there now are descended from those. Anyways, that was Gate 104. The next gate I want to mention is the Tiger's Gate, and you can kind of see where this is going just by the name. Now, this break in the ice wall is on the western side of it, so it's on this side, but I don't think it's that side for you. Whatever. This break in the wall is known for its hilly and harsh environments. Hot springs, volcanoes, and running rivers run wild through here, and the land is untamed. And of course, the gate is named after the tiger species that lives here, known as the Tiger del Glacier, which is just the tiger of the glacier. These are physically massive animals, not too dissimilar to the saber-toothed tigers that we know. These things possess extreme hunting capabilities, and they stalk their prey for days. They can jump and bound like... So the planet Atlas, which is of course the body of the snowman, sits right below us and is accessible beyond our ice caps, our ice walls. And there are actually several different ways in the lore where you can get through the ice wall to explore these faraway distant lands. And before I get to the actual lands, I want to explain those gates a little bit. That way you kind of get a little premise of what we're going for. The gates are the Sentinel Gate, the Tiger's Gate, the Serpent's Gate, and the Leviathan's Gate. Those are what they've been called, and as you can see in the image, they are labeled here. I'm going to be referencing this map a lot. get used to it because that's one of the only references we have. So these gates play a
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm not even gonna play that again.
massive role.
This fucking kids show just exposed the most predatory industry in the world. Just watch this.
Health insurance is an agreement between you and the insurance company that you will pay them a certain amount of money each month, which is known as the premium. And in exchange, they will help cover the cost of your future medical bills. We have to pay for this health insurance. I thought you said it was a perk. The perk is that you get to pay for it.
Oh, I understand. We pay the money to the insurance company, and then we get to see the doctor for free.
Not quite. You still have to pay a deductible. Deductible is simply the amount of money you have to pay out of pocket for healthcare services before your insurance plan starts to pay.
Hey, this free perk is starting to sound real expensive.
You make the health insurance sound like the blessing.
Feels more like a curse.
The craziest part was President RFK was attacking the same industry just a couple months ago, but nobody wanted to listen. Just watch this.
There is nothing more profitable in our society today than a sick child. All of these entities are making money out of the insurance companies, the hospitals, the medical cartel, the pharmaceutical companies have lifetime annuities. They don't want to kill them. They don't want them sick for the rest of their lives.
Now this is where things start to get really interesting because his buddy Donald White was attacking the same industry on live TV, but nobody was paying attention. Watch this.
Wait a minute, you're saying that for the rest of my life I have to put this CPAP machine on so that I can sleep at night? That's the answer to this?
Dude, I remember how frustrated you were with that thing.
Yeah, I listen, I was in a place where I'd rather die than put that thing on and try to sleep with that thing. I'd sleep for 35 minutes and then end up ripping it off in the middle of the night. I'm like, this is it? Then I'm out. I don't even want to deal with this. I had the best doctors that you could get, the best hospitals that you could go to, and none of them could answer my questions. None of them could stop snoring. None of them could get my blood pressure under control. None of them could get my cholesterol, good and bad, leveled out. It's all good now.
Donald White said he had problems with mouth breathing and snoring, and this was all due to a blocked nasal passage, which then led to that massive gut and all of these other health issues for years. Now, what's interesting is there is an episode on Shark Tank that would have eradicated all of his issues, but they took it down. But luckily, I found the clip, and I'm gonna play it for you guys. Watch this.
Tropical Rush is our best seller. There's a base of menthol and peppermint in all of them. There you go. That's really good. It's really quite a hit. It enhances your breathing for sure. Open you up.
So they were hitting these sticks called Boom Boom. And if you don't know, it only has two ingredients, menthol and essential oils. Menthol is gonna help open your nasal passages, and the essential oils are gonna help keep them open throughout the entire day, 23 hours a day. All you do is just inhale through each nostril. And you can literally feel the air hit the back of your brain. And as someone who has horrible allergies and wakes up every morning with a stuffy nose, this little stick is a game changer. As soon as I wake up, I just do one snort in each nostril and my nasal passages are completely clear. Just listen. The only problem is since they have all of these amazing reviews, they are constantly sold out. And last time it took them over 2 months to restock. Whenever they do a restock, you should see an orange card somewhere here below. I'm going to attach a link for the next 48 hours before they're off the market. This fucking kids show just exposed the most predatory industry in the world. Just watch this.
Health insurance is an agreement between you and the insurance company that you will pay them a certain amount of money each month, which is known as the premium. And in exchange, they will help cover the cost of your future medical bills. We have to pay for this health insurance. I thought you said it was a perk. The perk is that you get to pay for it.
Oh, I understand. We pay the money to the insurance company, and then we get to see the doctor for free.
Not quite. You still have to pay a deductible. Deductible is simply the amount of money you have to pay out of pocket for healthcare services before.
No, TV in your
They'll even include, like, what they're claiming is that they went 1,000 times taking astronauts today, 50 years ago, on the first attempt with 1 millionth the computing power of a cell phone. And there's never been a technological achievement that no one could repeat 50 years later. It's like me telling you, 50 years ago, Toyota made a car that could go 50,000 miles on a gallon of gasoline. And yet today, 5 decades later, the best car can only go
50 miles per gallon or 1,000th the distance. You would laugh and say the original claim is preposterous. Or 50 years later, and now the farthest they can send an astronaut to the moon is 1,000th the distance that they claim to have done on the first attempt 50 years ago with less computing power than a cell phone, 1/1,000,000th of the computing power. It just doesn't add up. It's never happened. It's also the only time that they deliberately destroyed a technology. I mean, the B-52 is 70 years old, and there's still 200 of them in service, and yet they admit they destroyed all the Apollo equipment, and they're claiming they have to go back to the moon and recreate it from scratch. They destroyed all the original videotapes, all the original blueprints. You would never do that if you really went. You would only do that if there was a fraud and you were trying to cover your track. What they're claiming is that they went 1,000 times farther than they can send astronauts today. 50 years ago, on the first attempt, with 1/1,000,000th the computing power of a cell phone. And there's never been a technological achievement that no one could repeat 50 years later. It's like me telling you, 50 years ago, Toyota made a car that could go 50,000 miles on a gallon of gasoline. And yet today, 5 decades later, the best car can only go 50 miles per gallon the distance. You would laugh and say the original for 50 years later, and now the farthest they can send an astronaut to the moon is 1,000th the distance that they claim to have done on the first attempt 50 years ago with less computing power than a cell phone, 1/1,000,000th of the computing power. It just doesn't add up. It's never happened. It's also the only time that they deliberately destroyed a technology. I mean, the B-52 is 70 years old, and there's still 200 of them in service, and yet they admit they destroyed all the Apollo equipment, and they're claiming they have to go back to the moon and recreate it from scratch. They destroyed all the original videotapes.
Hello, how are you?
Original blueprints. You would never do that if you really went. You would only do that
Lorena?
if there was a fraud and you were trying to cover your track. They're claiming is that they went 1,000 times farther than they can send astronauts today.
Turn right on 48th Street.
Okay, the aliens are here. The aliens are here, and what does this mean for you? While the rest of the world is going to wait weeks and months to find out, we all know the aliens have landed, okay? Some of you knew this 30 years ago, but they have officially landed. The ships are here. Some of you have been seeing them. And again, as someone who really is not obsessed with the Galactic Federation and the politics, even if it's extraterrestrial politics, like not super interesting to me, I thought it was important to make a video on the significance of the aliens coming here on Earth and what it means for you. My dog was walking in and I thought it was an alien coming into my office. So, alien energy, extraterrestrial energy, is a much different vibration than our normal, everyday, human, triple shot, espresso, caramel macchiato energy, okay? But what this means is you're going to have a chance to up-level your own personal growth, and I'll tell you how. And also, you're finally going to have this feeling that I think a lot of us have been craving, which is this feeling of coming home. This feeling of, oh, I'm not crazy, that I always felt like I didn't belong here, and I always felt like things didn't make sense here. But now you're going to finally be able to settle in your system, because the energy as they actually enter through our dimension, it's going to reawaken your activation codes. And I've posted 2 YouTube videos, but one of them is about your starseed DNA. So that might be a video that you want to watch. And now that the motherships have actually landed, you're going to get a heightened experience of that, especially if you tune in. So if you feel inclined, you can use your heart chakra, which I think is the best and safest chakra to use to connect to the mothership, if you will. But it's really just connecting to this higher dimensional energy. that holds a lot of the original light codes for many humans here on Earth. And so you can just start by, in your heart, just imagining a ray of light connecting to these ships and connecting to higher intelligence. And I would just sit in meditation with this for as long as you feel like, and do this for several days. And what you're going to experience is a download of information. And you're going to experience this sense of really settling into yourself. But one thing I do have to say too is higher dimensional energy will naturally purify, if you will, your system. And what that's going to look like is it's going to raise a lot of your surface level fears. So you might feel like you're having a moment where you're freaking out, okay? And if you can find grounding in yourself, find grounding in your body, allow those fears to move through you. And so before I went to bed last night, I just had this sense. It was like this, it was like a memory, but it had never happened that I can remember. But it felt like I was reminded of a time when I would just sit on a hill and look out at the night sky, and there would just be ships, like lights, like the blinking lights of a clearly an extraterrestrial ship. And I was just sitting there watching those lights like I was watching stars, because I love watching the stars. I think many of you have a longing for the stars that you can't explain. And I just felt this like sense of ease, this sense of peace, this sense that everything's going to be okay. And I really do believe that this is a peacekeeping mission. I do believe that this is just a reawakening and a reminder for those of us who know that we're really only here temporarily, and to really just be in the game, and just don't forget who you are. And you don't need to fit in, you don't need to do anything that you don't want to do, but remember that you're here on a self-selected mission. And that mission is the thing that's been in the back of your mind your whole life. Whether it be to create, whether it be to grow, whether it be to heal, whether it be to find your authentic voice.
Right here, or
and I think the aliens will
You're
help
welcome,
us find our authentic voice, because it's going to help us ground into ourselves. So I would love to hear from y'all what your experience is, what your thoughts are, because breaking news, aliens are here. Okay, the aliens are here. The aliens are here, and what does this mean for you? While the rest of the world is going to wait weeks and months to find out, we all know the aliens have landed, okay? Some of you knew this 30 years ago, but they have officially landed. The ships are here. Some of you have been seeing them. And again, as someone who really is not obsessed with the Galactic Federation and the politics, even if it's extraterrestrial politics, like not super interesting to me, I thought it was important to make a video on the significance of the aliens coming here on Earth and what it means for you. My dog was walking in and I thought it was an alien coming into my office. So,
hey, I'm Jason Schapper here with Mr. Your True Story. Please don't watch this video today. I'm Coach walking around upstairs. This video is for entertainment purposes only. I hear my girlfriend tell us what herself. She says Tom makes us sound like somebody walking around upstairs. I never heard it. You heard those footsteps? I always get so hard to get to the house. Upstairs. It does. I was waiting on a good story to first.
son. What'd you do? If somebody was upstairs walking and you was downstairs and you was the only one in the house, would you go up there? Stop playing with me, son. This video's for entertainment purposes only. I don't know who he was swinging at because nobody was ever there. Shut up! You know what I would do? I'll go upstairs. I ain't scared of no ghosts. Particularly being scared of something I can't ever see. Stop playing with me, son. It's not a game out here, guys. You know what time is it? I'm not ever scared of things I could see. What do you know? You know what? Shh. Don't you say. Stop playing with me, son. That's what guys ghosts exist. No, you don't. That's just a thing. That was just a cartoon. You believe that crap? Stop lying for me. It's not a game out here, guys, and you know what's going on. You heard something upstairs recently? You gonna go check it out? No, you're not. You're gonna send somebody else to go do it. Matter of fact, you're gonna be so scared, you're gonna jump out of your window. Stop lying for me. It's not a game out here, guys. There ain't nobody jumping out the window. I'm just playing. But I'll tell you one thing. If I ever see or hear a ghost upstairs walking around in my house and he ain't there, right?
Pick up Leonardo on the right.
So y'all should start researching and watch this video today.
It took 2 days for this man to declassify files that other presidents couldn't do in 10 years. And now we're going to find out the truth about this 2024 crash out, and The Simpsons predicted it all. Y'all got to watch this shit.
Carter, you discovered the holy grail of modern medicine. Why the hell would you keep it buried like this? I'll tell you why. Because there's far more money to be made in treating a disease than in curing it. Why cure someone of cancer in a day if we can treat them for a lifetime and bill them every step along the way? What? That's insane.
Now it seems like there's a huge disconnect between the patient getting healthier and those big industries making a hell of a lot of money. The crazy part is, ever since Dr. Oz became the head of Medicare, they've been trying to silence different doctors for speaking out about this same exact thing.
Most people, especially young people, probably don't realize that.
Wait, a dating app that doesn't
Hello?
suck? Yep. Where women are actually
Leonardo?
empowered to make the first move? Yep. And you can make real connections with people looking for the same thing as you? Yep. So no more situationships or getting ghosted? Yep.
Okay, this is strange. Why does the Ethiopian Bible tell us that the world was created in periods of 49 years? Not 6 days, not 7 days, 49 years. It's a bit strange. Instead of the usual biblical timeline, this book, called the Book of Jubilees, measures history in these 49-year cycles. They call each one a jubilee. For example, when God made a covenant with Abraham, according to this, it happened in the 20th Jubilee. And when Moses led the people out of Egypt in the Exodus, that's the 50th Jubilee. Every single major event has its exact place in these 49-year cycles, as if it was all perfectly planned, a system. Now, this is where it gets even stranger. The Book of Jubilees doesn't just give rough dates. No, it provides exact dates for events, like the births and lives of major figures, all in this 49-year cycle. The level of precision is, well, it's incredible, right? It's like the ancient writers had a deep, complex understanding of time that we somehow lost. And you know what? This whole 49-year thing doesn't just come out of nowhere. It hints that these cycles are influenced by, the stars and planets, kind of like ancient astrology. Imagine it, a whole timeline influenced by the universe itself. Okay, this is strange. Why does the Ethiopian Bible...
So what that...
I'm gonna show you how I got $3,000.
We have yet another event in California where something is on fire. This happened at Martinez Refining Company, which is an oil and a gas company.
Just ahead.
It is now a shelter in place. They are telling everyone to go indoors, close all your windows, all your doors, all your heaters. You got a fireplace, close your fireplace. They say cover cracks around doors and windows with the damn towel or tape. This shit is crazy, y'all. Now, how the fuck did this happen? I'm trying to figure out. I'm gonna let y'all know. Another fire. Like, what the fuck? 2025 is starting off crazy, y'all. They said right now, 3 individuals that was on site has been transported to the nearest hospital. This shit is not making sense to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there another spot in California just like this company that caught on fire? Y'all, make sure you share this. Whoever's in this area, make sure you get the fuck up out of there. We have yet another...
left on John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
Possibly more of an observation, but I'm interested to hear all of your thoughts. We are very lucky that we are across the channel and we are the far side of Europe. But Ukraine is actually much closer than all of us think. For the record, page 55 from the committee's interview with FBI employee Roya Demwell, who you just spoke about, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that line, she says, the question was asked, okay, if someone were to leave here today, were to leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
I'm worried if I take this out of Senate, the top will say they're going to work with me and amounts to exactly zero. Need to get this fixed. Thank you.
Possibly more of an observation, but I'm interested to hear all of your thoughts. We are very lucky that we are across the channel and we are the far side of Europe. But Ukraine is actually much closer than all of us think. For the record, page 55 from the committee's interview with FBI employee Roya Demwell, who you just spoke about, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that line, she says, the question was asked, okay, if someone were to leave here today, were to leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
I'm worried if I take this out of Senate, the top will say they're going to work with me and amounts to exactly zero. Need to get this fixed. Thank you.
Possibly more of an observation, but I'm interested to hear all of your thoughts. We are very lucky that we are across the channel and we are the far side of Europe. But Ukraine is actually much closer than all of us think. For the record, page 55 from the committee's interview with FBI employee Roya Demwell, who you just spoke about, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that line, she says, the question was asked, okay, if someone were to leave here today, were to leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
I'm worried if I take this out of Senate, the top will say they're going to work with me and amounts to exactly zero. Need to get this fixed. Thank you.
So this says the tester app thing doesn't work. I only made 81%.
This is the best flat earth proof. And what you're about to hear will flip your worldview. Literally. Let's just say your next beach trip might feel different. If Earth's flat, why don't oceans drain into space? Cue the eye roll. What if the waterfall off the edge thing is a total misdirect? Think about it. We're told oceans magically curve around a spinning ball, but water always finds level. Always. So why don't lakes bend? Rivers? Your bathtub? Exactly. Now imagine Earth's edges aren't a void, but a giant ice fortress. Wild? Maybe. But ancient maps? They've been screaming this for centuries. Enter the ice wall theory. Picture Earth as a snow globe, flat, enclosed, with Antarctica as a 360-degree frozen rim holding everything in. No magic gravity needed. Just physics. Water stays level, ice locks it in place. And guess what? This isn't sci-fi. Medieval scholars like Al-Biruni drew massive ice barriers encircling the world. Today, Antarctica's off limits thanks to a UN treaty. Ever notice flights from Chile to Sydney avoid Antarctica? On a globe, flying south would be shorter, but nope, they go east. Why? Because on a flat plane, that's the real shortest path. Or try this, Google azimuthal map. It's literally a flat circle with North Pole as the center. Cartographers claim it's just a projection. But flip it. What if the globe's the fake? Ancient maps even label Antarctica as Terra Australis, a wall guarding the disk's edge. Coincidence? Doubt it. Want the full iceberg? Smash follow. Next video reveals why every ancient culture, from Egyptian to Maya, drew Earth, and the one symbol hidden. Spoiler, it's on the dollar bill, and this is for entertainment purposes. This is the best flat Earth proof. And what you're about
can't pay attention and can't focus, and they are being impacted by the fluorescent bulbs, which are in the school, and then they are diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, which is interesting. Now, what was interesting was when Dr. Jana put a lead sheet over the fluorescent bulbs, the children could focus again. Isn't it interesting how that damn lead, remember that whole thing? Gotta get rid of the lead. Well, that lead actually blocks the rays which are messing with the health from the fluorescent bulbs. So if he shielded the bulbs, people could actually focus again and kids could pay attention again. So when you think about a lot of the stuff that we're not paying attention to, light is actually messing with our minds or healing our minds. And he showed that when fluorescent bulbs were exposed to children, they couldn't pay attention. Now think of what LEDs are doing. Because LEDs are even worse than fluorescent because of the radio frequencies and their streetlights. As somebody just commented below, I can't stand fluorescents and LEDs. It's fake and gives me headaches. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Now, what's also interesting is we always talk about smartwatches. This is a muscle test. You can't pay attention and can't focus, and they are being.
The Simpsons know why NASA stopped exploring the oceans, and it's terrifying. NASA started exploring the deep sea in 1958, but completely stopped in 2014 and suddenly started putting 100% of their efforts into space exploration and trying to get us off the planet. People began wondering why they made this rapid change, but no one had a clue. That was until just a few days ago when a NASA head engineer had been fired and decided to speak out about it. What he said is terrifying. He explained that in reality, NASA had nearly 68% of our oceans completely explored and mapped out. That was until they stumbled across something unusual. A cave opening beside Hawaii to a massive underwater ravine, which is nearly 50% deeper than the Mariana Trench. NASA then developed advanced submarines capable of going that deep and submerged. On their way down, they saw many weird creatures which exist nowhere else. And strangely, all the species they saw were 3 times larger than usual. They then continued down. That is when they saw yet another enormous cave. When they pointed the submarine's flashlight inside, a massive eyeball was staring straight into their souls. The eye was the size of a house, and nothing like they had ever seen before. The scientists got terrified and headed back to the surface. The engineer shared some photos of this too shocking for TikTok. To see them, you can press share photos and more, or comment view photos. The Simpsons know why.
And where are we?
I've never seen a Sheila. Where's the problem, Jury Judge? Is this is an electronic file. All the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, he's been working tirelessly for like 30 years trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. It is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was more sophisticated than the civilizations that came after it. All the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, he's been working tirelessly for like 30 years trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. It is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was more sophisticated than the civilizations that came after it. all the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, he's been working tirelessly for like 30 years trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. It is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was more sophisticated than the civilizations that came after it. All the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, he's been working tirelessly for like 30 years trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. It is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was more sophisticated than the civilizations that came after it. All the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, he's been working tirelessly for like 30 years trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. It is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was more sophisticated than the civilizations.
It's this one, right? Okay.
All the pyramids
You as well.
would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Archaeologist, a guy named Richard Hansen, he's been working tirelessly for like 30 years trying to extract this pre-classic city from the jungle. It is literally the biggest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the ones in Egypt. And so that tells you that the pre-classic civilization was more sophisticated than the civilizations that came after it. All the pyramids in Tikal would fit inside the one big pyramid in El Mirador. Archaeologist, a guy.
Please don't file for bankruptcy.
Just drop. Everybody buzzing about them, so you know I gotta give you the deets. We about to crack these things open, so stay tuned.
Senator Kennedy does not fuck around. Brother is hailed to the fucking line. I wouldn't put Mr. Comey in charge of the ham sandwich. Charge of the ham sandwich. What's a ham sandwich? Durbin called you a conspiracy theorist. You remember that?
I do, Senator.
You were instrumental feeling that the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was the lead investigator.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories, because all the old ones turned out to be true. All the old ones turned out to be true.
Facts matter, Senator.
Yeah. I mean, conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0. Conspiracy theorists are up something like 37-0. Hunter Biden cheated on his income taxes. Didn't pay $1.4 million in income taxes over 4 years. And he filed fraudulent returns. He tried to deduct his hookers as a business expense, for God's sakes. He tried to deduct his hookers before there was a public outcry. Strzok said, quote, I am
Listen to what Trump said.
Breaking news.
Call me crazy if you want. America must think we stupid. See, the more shit that I dig up about this plane crash, the more I feel like not even a whole 24 hours before that crash, something else happened in that same area. The day before the crash, another American Airlines plane was trying to land. And guess what happened? The American Airlines flight had to abort landing because of a Black Hawk helicopter in its landing path. Did you just hear what I said? Not even 24 hours before that accident, before that crash, another American Airlines plane was trying to land and another Black Hawk helicopter was in its way. What's going on, man? Okay, you ain't gonna listen to me. Listen to what Trump said. Listen to this. Because he's saying something without saying something. Listen to this.
You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. And it did somewhat the opposite of what it was told.
So you're telling me that it's a coincidence that a commercial jet is going wherever it's going, and then a Black Hawk helicopter runs straight into it? That don't sound weird? If you want to get technical, that helicopter wasn't even supposed to be up that high at all. Mind you, the night was clear. Everything was clear. The plane had its landing lights on. They seen the plane. Why would you fly straight into that plane? That shit don't make no sense. Call me crazy if you want. America must think we stupid. See, the more shit that I dig up about this plane crash, the more I feel like not even a whole 24 hours before that crash, something else happened in that same area. The day before the crash, another American Airlines plane was trying to land. And guess what happened? The American Airlines flight had to abort landing because of a Black Hawk helicopter in its landing path. Did you just hear what I said? Not even 24 hours before that accident, before that crash, another American Airlines plane was trying to land and another Black Hawk helicopter was in its way. What's going on, man? Okay, you ain't gonna listen to me. Listen to what Trump said. Listen to this. Because he's saying something without saying something. Listen to this.
You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. And it did somewhat the opposite of what it was told.
So you're telling me that it's a coincidence that a commercial jet is going wherever it's going, and then a Black Hawk helicopter runs straight into it? That don't sound weird? If you want to get technical, that helicopter wasn't even supposed to be up that high at all. Mind you, the night was clear. Everything was clear. The plane had its landing lights on. They seen the plane. Why would you fly straight into that plane? That shit don't make no sense. Call me crazy if you want. America must think we stupid. See, the more shit that I dig up.
Breaking news right now. Do we have public servants in office who are acting as elected officials without swearing in allegiance to the Constitution? A writ of quo warranto has been filed in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C., stating that numerous oaths of office cannot be found on file for many of our federal public officials, including Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Also on the list of missing oaths of office include the CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen, Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm, the FDA Commissioner James Woodcock, Secretary of Health and Human Services Xavier Becerra, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, and the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Education Dr. Miguel Cadorna, Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo, the Attorney General Merrick Garland, and the Commissioner of the FDA Robert Califf, Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh, Deputy Secretary of Labor Julie Su, and the remedy sought for those individuals who have failed or refused to produce an affidavit as required by 5 U.S. Code subsection 3332, demand that those persons provide the U.S. Attorney and the court in Washington, D.C. with a compulsory affidavit within 10 days. For those individuals who do not produce the affidavit within the 10 days and who have admitted that they do not possess the requisite affidavit, and those who have produced defective affidavits, they must immediately terminate their appointments or positions, render all official acts, bills, laws, regulations, or any official actions whatsoever, including the appointment of any subordinates, void ab initio, as well as replace and restore all proper and former office holders until competent replacements can be lawfully appointed. In order to be effective as a sworn declaration, it must either be sworn before a notary public or sworn under penalty of perjury per 18 U.S. Code subsection 1746. Once again, the issue before the U.S. Attorney is straightforward. Petitioner has sought the required affidavits prescribed in 5 U.S. Code subsection 3332 from all appointees referenced via the Freedom of Information Act, and this request and not one of the aforementioned appointees have produced a compliant affidavit consistent with applicable statutes. Either the affidavits are non-existent, wanting, defective, or the appointee has failed or refuses to provide the mandated affidavit to hold their respective offices. Follow rightnow.news and at Ann Vandersteel on CloutHub, Twitter, Truth, and Getter for more on this story as it develops. Breaking news.
Alright guys, so this is a 2 terabyte. Okay, this little guy. When you start dating a girl and her best friend says don't hurt her or else. Or else what?
I've been waiting for this one. Here's what I'll do. I will start by injecting a high dose of insulin under your tongue while you're sleeping. You will die of high blood pressure, and the scar will never be found. I will then take your body 2 hours away from where I live so that I am outside the standard geographical area. Once we're out in the middle of nowhere, I will dig a 12-foot hole. I will put your body in that hole, bury it halfway, stick a dead animal carcass directly on top, and fill up the hole. If the police figure out that that's where I brought your body, the dogs will come sniffing and just find an animal carcass, and the police will assume that that's all there was. If they find your body, insulin doesn't even appear on a standard toxicology report. If they test specifically for insulin, they'll find it in your system and assume you had undiagnosed diabetes. Don't hurt my best friend, or else.
When you start dating a girl and her best friend says,
Bitch, please.
Agent Collins, I'd like to talk to you about the future. You're about to be entrusted.
You guys know who Janice Dickinson is? She likes to call herself the first supermodel.
It's Janice Dickinson, one of the first supermodels. She graced the cover of Vogue and sashayed down Paris runways.
But the truth is, she was the first super...
Tip to what? To the whole scene. What scene? The bathroom scene.
Yeah, that's really what she was famous for. Oh, big time. I don't even think he sued her once the truth came out. Yeah, he didn't do that. Oh, Sylvester Stallone, smart man. He gave his DNA. And guess what? He came back, and Sly really wasn't her baby daddy. And guess what Janice said? Guess what she said? You guys know who Janice Dickinson is? She likes...
Hold on, y'all.
falling out the sky, huh?
Blips went away because there was the Hindenburg incident in which one blimp basically popped in the air, and they said, "Oh, we got to get rid of it." But they've been flying around in the air since 1783. They have charted the entire Earth with blimps. Well, we got to get rid of it. You know why they got to get rid of it? Because people could see another side. So the Hindenburg incident was just for them to get rid of technology, which they've already been using for 150 years, because it competes with number one, the airline companies, and number two, people seeing another side. And it's interesting because when you think about like the Wright brothers and the first airplane, do you understand why nobody really cared about seeing those videos? Like the Wright brothers come out, there's the first airplane, and people are like not even paying attention. They're not even looking at it. Yeah, because they're already in the air. Blips from the old world are already here. So why would anybody care about an airplane flying around if you already have a flight?
Hi, how are you?
50 years before the Wright brothers airplane. And the Wright brothers were even the first one with the airplane. Why
iPhone?
would anybody care
Apple, yes.
flying around if you already have had flight for 150 years before
With the little white tip?
Let's go away. The blips went away because there was the Hindenburg incident in which one blimp basically popped in the air, and they said, "Oh my gosh, we got to get rid of it." But they've been flying around in the air since 1783. They have charted the entire Earth with blimps. Well, we got to get rid of it. You know why they got to get rid of it? Because people could see another side. So the incident was just for them to get rid of technology, which they've already been using for 150 years, because it competes with number one, the airline companies, and number two, people seeing another side. And it's interesting because when you think about like the Wright brothers and the first airplane, do you understand why nobody really cared about seeing those videos? Like the Wright brothers come out, there's the first, you're like not even paying attention. Get at it, yeah, because they were already there. Blips from the old world were already here. So why would anybody care about an airplane flying around if you already have had flight for 150 years before the Wright brothers airplane? And the Wright brothers weren't even the first one with the airplane. Why would anybody care about an airplane? Look what viral yesterday, the politician in Kenya, the former president.
People the other day crying, oh, you know, Trump has moved money, so he's not giving us any more money. But why are you crying? It's not your government, it's not your country. You don't pay taxes in America. Hey, what are we going to do?
He says, why are you crying? It's not your government, it's not your money. And there's no reason to give you anything. You don't pay taxes in America. It's something that most politicians in America want. He has a more America first mentality than most American politicians. That's the crazy thing. I don't know anything about this guy or what kind of president he was, but I respect the hell out of that. Look what viral yesterday, a politician in Kenya, a former president. I know it's a huge stories from West Videos of eggs falling out the sky. This videos begin to think of something. What a storm! Are you serious?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, one has to stay open. Yeah, it's all explained right here. Yeah, turn some heat on. I turned it off because it dries up my throat. And you can hear it in my voice. I sound crazy.
Instagram page?
I believe this is TikTok. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Some of it is conspiracy theory. Some of it is, some of it, yeah. Because it turns out in this country, a lot of stuff that is.
Sorry that I was talking to you and I'm not listening.
No, it's fine.
That voice made me sound little. I'm like, because I do watch. I know a lot of watch. I was from India.
That's a country chock full of theories. Your country, you said you're from India, right? There's so much unexplained stuff in India that people just like, there's a temple there that they carved out of stone. How? Right? You have all of these places. A lot of mysteries. Yes.
Ancient days, the same. They don't have books, they don't have knowledge. But they found zero, Aryabhatta zero. And they know already the star correction. I don't know how they do it. But the people told entire temple was framed from a stone.
Right.
Yeah. That's not unbelievable concept. But the thing here,
well, they're unbelievable because this country's intelligence agencies, they do a real good job at making you believe that if you question them, that you're somehow crazy.
Yeah.
Right? So I'll give you a conspiracy theory that became a fact of a conspiracy. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the people today used to come here, like very initial days. They used to talk about this site called Illuminati.
Yes. No, it's fine.
You know or not.
I do. Adam Weishaupt, yes.
Yes. And I wanted to know something about this because who told about this to me was senior to me. Mm-hmm. And they just told right on because this happened.
Right.
Because then we don't know even what is the meaning of the concept to be frank. And I explained it. From there, I started and I searched this. Later, I understood that incognito is also not helpful. Even from there, they gotta see the details.
Yes, absolutely.
Even if you're talking, the windows have ears.
Absolutely.
I believe that.
Absolutely.
And some of the other point, people nowadays started being not that much calm. And these people from the other countries who are being here, say like this. Immigrants? Yeah. Immigrants? They're not dumb. They're definitely not dumb.
Not at all.
Indians are like, maybe I'm not, but they are really capable of people. We do like physical work and like mental work. We do 9 to 5 jobs. Even there are some people who do the Ubers. You know, there's nothing hiding from here.
Nothing.
Like the Mexico people,
Mm-hmm.
they are the best hard workers I have ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
The second, maybe the Indians, Punjabis and all from north and south, doesn't matter, it's the Indians. And I also see some Pakistani people. Whoever comes from outside, they're not dumb.
No.
And if they are educated a little bit, they know all about this stuff.
Yes.
And the people here are really dumb.
Americans?
Yes.
Yeah, by design.
Yes.
Yeah, it's by design. They weren't always.
Yes. Yes.
The generations, this generation,
Yes.
and the generation prior, but my generation back,
Yes.
we were a very educated, highly intelligent group. What happened?
You're a native citizen.
I am.
Sorry. Oh.
I am. I'm
I'm talking to you wrong.
no, it's fine. It's fine because there's some truth into what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
There's truth into what you're saying.
I saw some people the age ratio, like past 2 generations maybe, as you mentioned, they're really dumb.
Yes.
Believe me,
Unfortunately, yes.
The old people, the very old people, they are only a little people who acknowledge themselves in what they're talking, what they're doing, and the right now, what the lead was like.
No, there is some truth to what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's
I talk very straight. I even don't know that you're actually that, and I don't hide things which talks, I'm very desperate because of this, because I talk straight.
no, and you should.
Yeah.
Because it is,
It hurts,
but it's the truth.
but it's true.
Right.
My mom always used to tell me, you don't have friends, that's fine. Encourage.
Right. Don't encourage
If they are
stupidity.
doing some mistakes, they will say, wow, you did that? That would be an encouragement, which I never did.
Right.
I never entertained people.
But it's by design. They've dumbed down the population here so that they're only smart enough to run the machines and dumb enough to keep their mouth quiet.
Exactly. They don't know how to even behave them.
No, because they've been taught to be this
Now I'll
way.
be straight about it.
Right. They've been taught to be this way.
Now the reason going on, the place where I live, right now, I work sometimes, not even 20 hours, because I'm not a legal.
Okay.
So, the legal person means I am a student. So, the paperwork is legal. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And, yeah, I do work only for my rent, for my education, all of that. So, very stressful job. I don't know all this stuff. I know, because that's not my name. But the people here, I think, like, I don't know how much you understand what I'm going to say. They say, you Indian people came here, looting everything from us, our jobs, and everything. I will be shocked of this one.
Well, racism is alive and well here.
We are brown, right?
But
The Indian
racism,
is brown.
racism is alive and well throughout the entire earth. It's just very prominent here.
Yeah. The place where we came from India, we don't have the race.
You have class.
Yeah.
And if a person is black skinned in India, there's racism against them.
No.
I know some people.
We are okay with it. Most of us will be brown. We are brown.
Right, but there's black people there.
Yeah. And we are okay with it. We don't say it on their face like
The black people
we
don't think
treat
so.
them well. No, we don't treat them well. Because in our place, as you mentioned, there will be caste.
Right.
Caste. There is a word called
Caste.
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 I am from upper caste rule. In our thing, we don't marry the guys from, even though that's a love marriage.
Right.
Even though we love, parents will just kill them.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
I'm telling you,
Yes.
there are some lot of conspiracies about this in India.
Yes.
I'm telling you from upper caste rule.
Yeah.
What happens in the interior family. I'm not allowed to marry someone else from other caste.
No.
Other people or other race, whatever.
Yeah, no.
Yes, I'm not allowed.
No.
Even in this generation, the caste where I came from, I had to only choose from the same
Within that caste, yes.
within the same caste. There's no hesitation about it.
No.
If I do that, my brother, my father, and there's the male generation of my family will kill me or kill him.
Yes.
If they love me more, they're just gonna keep me in the house. They're gonna kill him.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with it. I mean, okay means like, why to hurt your parents if you know what the roots you came from? You should not cross the boundary. If they keep your margin, listen to them. That's it. They're happy you're happy.
And for the record, right, happiness has nothing to do with it. It's about preserving the race and the family.
Yeah.
It really is about that.
It's all in, at the end of the day, it's all about the family.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Happiness, you'll either find it or you won't. But the family is more important than your
Someone
happiness.
questioned me, what if you marry some other guy or belongs to the other class or another class, I would say only one thing. No, that's not happening. Because I have some consciousness, right?
Yeah.
If I'm choosing, if they allow me love marriage, that's fine. But I also must have respect to them that they allowed that thing, so I must bring same caste people into my home. So they'll also feel good. Otherwise, the relatives, the neighborhood would say only one thing. She went too far, she changed everything, she demolished everything. That's the credit they're gonna give me. And being a girl.
And that's what they've done here.
Yeah.
They don't allow. They have no traditional value.
Yeah.
They want you, like here, men are women.
Yeah.
Right? Men are women, women are men.
Yeah.
Children are demons.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There is no respect for our elders or our mothers or our fathers.
That's what I was shocked. One day I want to marry, right? Obviously. I don't want to raise a kid here. Till day, I'm 24. I don't talk very rash to my parents. I may ask them, I very politely to them, comply or whatever. I may get the things at the end. But not the quarreling. But the kids here, my mom used to kick us. Kick our ass down, to be frank. Even in my school, college, even I'm 22, believe me. It's been 2 years I came here. Till my 22, there would be like PDAs, right? Like parent teacher meetings, PDM. She used to come to my college and she gave all her consent to all the teachers. They used to shout. And mom is asking you to kick her. Yeah. She's even okay that if we kick you.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's fine. Because she's asking you to keep you in discipline. Because
you don't want you in discipline.
The only place will be after the home. The second place will be all the time. So you must be in discipline if you are going to wrong track. That's only her instinct. So you can see if I didn't work, any homework, any supervising of other kids. Not even gonna tell you. And she gave ideas in an ancient way how to kick us, like knuckles. They used to beat on the knuckles if you don't work on proper way. Yeah. There will be wooden scales. She would give the ideas to them. And the teachers were gone mad because of my mom. And later we were okay. But the kids nowadays here, if they beat, even if they yell, with holding a bell, they go call. I don't know why they gotta be called. They don't know.
And that's if they call cops. Most here will kill you. Most children will kill an adult here in this country.
God. Yeah, I heard of such cases.
It's a fact.
Oh.
No, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a fact. There are children. Yeah, that actual has happened. Yes, children have killed adults who've tried to discipline them.
Oh my.
Yes, when I was growing up, it wasn't like that, right? But the children after mine, they're demons. They're demons.
They were like, I don't know why.
Because the country has made them this way.
You're right.
They have made a covenant
Whatever
with
they
death.
see, they just turn into like that.
Right, because they're showing it on television and music and movies and everything. They're showing it.
The whole industry, the music industry. Oh my God.
It's demonic.
Yeah.
It's demonic. Right. So when you get your degree, get the hell out of this place.
Yes, I would. Actually have the partner who is from the same race.
Oh, I'm about to say, you're in trouble.
From same class. My parents know that because he's taking care of me. So they know. One or two bad incidents and they used to know, right? Parents can easily know. My leg got fractured once. So it's just a break. So he took care of me, like taking me to the hospital, taking me in the van. So my parents they take care of you, did you eat, take up. Yeah, there is a person who do not worry. I didn't give that information, but their parents, right?
Right.
They know it.
Yeah, they know.
Even this far, I couldn't manipulate them. So they asked, who is that guy? I told them, yeah, it's hard. I carried right now. I got better. He even for me. If he's not there, I was not able to get.
And he's from your same caste?
Yeah.
And he's from your country?
Yeah.
Okay, so your parents have already called his parents, and they already know.
Kind of, yeah.
They
kind
know.
of. And they allowed me like, yeah, you're okay, it's good. We'll just do a little background verification.
Absolutely.
And then we're gonna marry you guys up. Because my mom is from the judiciary. She works in the court.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she has very good background in custom.
Right.
So she was like, I want to do a little background verification. If everything seems good, then all I'll allow you to buy. And I was like, yeah, well, I do. So his mom was not there in the but if everything is good, everything good. All terms and conditions is good. You know, if something is not good, my parents will not allow you.
Okay. Very good. Very good.
I already told them that I'm not able to, I don't want that here. I want us to go back because his mom is not anymore. So I want, he's only one and only son to him.
His father's still with us?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, his father is back in India only. So, being a daughter-in-law, and my father, I mean, he'll become my father later.
Yes.
And he's one and only son. I don't want to get that gap.
Right. Makes
Whatever
sense.
life they have, I want my parents also to be near to me.
Right.
And I want, with all due respect, but now I live at both their house, right?
Right.
So I told them that I don't want to raise my kids here.
No.
Because I think some kids here, I couldn't explain you in detail, but please understand, I don't want to give birth my kids here.
No.
So I want to raise them under my parents. I told him very straight. You don't know about my mom, how she raised me. Pattern, you know, like she takes my hands down. So I want my kids to be raised under her.
Absolutely.
She gets retired anyway. She's okay to take care of the kids. I already talked about that. My brother, I have a brother. He's here in Australia.
Okay.
So maybe he'll stay here. I'm okay with it. But I want to stay close to my parents.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm not leaving.
No. Your children will lose their heritage, their culture, their respect, their honor.
Like, you know, one day, oh my God, I don't wear the here dresses. I'm from India, right? I used to all the time carry my clothes, like my traditional attire. There's a guy who tried to open my restroom, another side.
Oh.
Yeah, from outside he tried to unlock it, but there is a passcode which he couldn't pick it up. It's a wrong passcode. You don't know how to have the right.
Right.
So you don't give it for all. So I came outside. He had was very rash. I opened the door. He came very fast. Shot. Came out. And I got like my cousin. That I'm mad. So that I will really covered. So that is bad. She is mad. She's covered like this. Don't consider whatever she said. I was like, what?
Yeah, no, this is
everybody used to compliment on the dressing.
Right.
But she's all is there. She's wearing a petticoat or something, which should be wear inside in her room.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
What if I can't say like the girl with you is wearing such kind of stuff, which making insecure. That is revealing. There is nothing to see. Everything is seen. I'm like everything can be
exposed, right?
Which I'm not doing. So that make at least a little thing like, okay, she's covered, she's good. That should be there, right?
That should
she
be.
literally told that the way I dress is some metal bitch. I was like, oh my God, I am calling the whatever. But no one else anyway.
Yeah.
He said whatever he wants to, and I have no other right to do it.
But I'm sorry that happened to you. As soon as you get your degree,
I'm leaving.
get out.
Very
This
soon.
place is called Babylon. Look
I
it up.
can't live here, sir. I'm
No,
very
no.
sure. I miss every day my parents. Because
Even
of
if you can live here, don't.
this. Even if dollars are giving on me, I'm no more.
Don't. This is
Because I don't want to run after the money. I need
No,
some
no.
mental peace.
this is the devil's playground.
I
Um,
believe.
I don't know what I don't know. You know, if you know my God, the God of my fathers, I am a Jew. You know what the Jews are? Not Jewish.
Oh,
Jew. I'm a Jew.
Oh,
I'm an Israelite of the tribe of Ephraim.
Israel. Okay, okay.
Yeah, Israel.
Yeah, got you.
My God calls this place Babylon. He calls it the whore of Babylon.
So you believe Jesus, right?
Yes,
Obviously.
yes,
So
absolutely.
the things we are happening is entirely opposite of it. Under his name.
Antichrist.
Believe me. Under his name.
Yes, and they're doing it in His name. Yes,
Under his name.
yes, yes,
And
yes.
you know there is a thing on the dollar
Mhm.
bill. It's on the name of Jesus. I don't know. It's on every dollar bill.
It says, "In God we trust."
Yes.
Yes,
I
but
think it's about the Jews.
no,
Oh, it's not?
no. That's they're talking about their God, Olympia. Their God is named Olympia. That's not my God. That's their God. No, it's not a ghost. That's a real God.
Oh,
But it's
sorry.
it's see, my God is named Yahweh.
Jehovah, yes.
Right. Their God is Baal. Baal. So that God, in God we trust, that's their God.
Okay.
That's not
And
our
what
God.
I heard was it's under the name of the Jesus, but they do everything in Antichrist.
Right,
Like
right.
you know, you used to do like this, right? This one. We used to do this.
Yeah, that's not ours.
That's
Not ours. That's
that
Catholicism.
Catholic.
That's Catholicism. Catholic.
Catholic.
Yeah, that's not ours. Catholic. Look, no religion. Nothing that is written. Nothing is all of man. It's not of God. Nothing here. The only thing of God is what we call the law, the Torah, the Tanakh, the Injil. These are the books of God. Everything else is of man. Everything else.
Even the Bible.
No, the Bible is ours. The Bible is ours. It belongs to the Jews, written by the Jews for the Jews.
Yeah.
Right? It's not
Like
it's
the law.
like the law. The laws of God. Law, statutes,
That's why I
commandments.
believe laws, things, everything
Mhm.
right? And recently, about the name of parties and all the give drugs,
Yes.
culture,
Yes.
baby oil. I heard that.
Yes, it's terrible here. Don't raise your children here.
I'm not even giving birth here.
See-
Not even for a day.
We, the Israelites, we have a promise that when Christ, when Yahushua, we call him Yahushua. Jesus is his English name or his Greek name.
I know.
So when Jesus returns, he's coming to save us
Yes, I heard of
before he
That's
destroys
written in the Bible.
Yeah, that's written in the Bible.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
I
coming
know
for
a little
us.
bit about the Bible because,
Good.
I'm from Hindu community, but I
Right.
believe Hindu. But my grandmother, because of his husband's death, converted into Christianity.
Okay.
Yeah, my own grandmother. My
Okay.
mom's mother. So she used to have the Bible with her. She used to talk about us. Even I used to visit the Sunday school and like there's a pattern to be like Sunday school. So the kids used to go and they read the Bible. So I used to go sometimes.
Here's what I want you to remember before you leave. When I say Jesus to you, Jesus, what do you see in your mind?
White.
You see a white man, right? Okay, but he's not a white man. The Bible, the book of Revelation, the very end of the Bible, in the book of Revelation, I believe it's the 11th chapter, it speaks of Jesus having woolly hair that's white, skin of brass as if it burned in a furnace. Nothing that burns is white. Means that he's very dark. He's very dark. He's got woolly hair that's white and he's very dark skinned. The Jesus that they're showing is not Jesus. That's the image. That's the image of the beast.
No, I would get a face. I would get the color of the thing.
Yeah, but no, because he walked on earth and he had color.
Yeah.
But they gave us a white man, and he's not a white man.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's from the tribe of Judah, of the children of Israel.
I know that.
Right?
What is also different.
Right, and he's the son of King David, and the son of God.
Yeah.
But he came through the loins of David.
Yeah.
Right? Through Mary.
Yeah.
David is king of Israel.
Yeah.
Jesus is of his line.
And Mary is not his wife.
No, Mary is the wife of Joseph, his biological father. That's Jesus' biological father. Right? There's just a lot of stories that they tell that's not true.
Yes.
It's not true.
In some they say like she's a prostitute.
Yeah, they say that, but she's not.
Yeah, and I didn't believe that. Why she would be a prostitute? And Jesus from her.
No.
The third husband.
No, those are
I
lies.
heard that she's a prostitute. She just in some books they say like they feed the cattle, they like the sheep thing. They used to have those things, and she's from that family. They used to have different stories.
No, she comes from two royal houses. She comes from the house of Imran and the house of David. Her husband is from a royal house.
Stories I heard.
This guy's way.
Shepherd family.
Well, yeah, my people, the Israelites, we were shepherds. The Lord made us kings and priests, right? And now we represent God on earth. And soon, when all of this is over, our Lord Christ, Yahushua, will come and protect us from this place and take us back home to Israel. Yeah.
That was my story. That was actually a good story.
Yes.
But what about this Bible, other missionary things they're doing? I mean, like the other stuff under the name of the God. Oh my God.
But that's not biblical. It's not biblical. That's them.
You know Mother Teresa?
I do.
Do you think she's a demon?
No.
Someone asked me.
Yeah, they think she's a goddess, but she's a demon.
Now the generation is going to stuff.
Okay, now this generation?
Yeah.
Good.
From past two generations, everybody is going to stuff.
Right.
Mahatma Gandhi, we hate him.
Yeah. Another demon.
We kill him.
Another demon.
The person who kills, you're starting to give up temples and worship him. Sanatani and the stuff we don't believe sometimes on our side. We believe God, right? We have a lot of forms of God.
A lot of gods.
And you're okay even if someone still asks us, because you want to come to take a wine, you want great things and all the things we give, the piece of cake, whatever, I'm okay to take because we're secular.
Right.
Nadia is making an advantage for the Christians in India, they're converting.
Right.
It's okay to believe, it's okay to work with them friendly, but they don't have the right to convert.
No, I don't know.
Right? In India, they just do that. They brainwash. Under the name of the God, they do a lot of prostitution,
murder, rape, right?
They do
theft,
pregnancy,
right?
And you don't believe that.
Yeah, they do that all in the name of white Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
White Jesus.
Everybody, even the cultures are also white. Believe me, in India, Mother Teresa did very badly.
Yes.
Under the name of fear government.
That's right.
They only send her to India to make as little as changes on.
Yeah, that's not. That's the guy they say is Jesus.
Yes.
That's not Jesus. That's not Jesus.
I don't even believe that.
Yeah, no, that's not Jesus. That's Caesar Borgia. His name is Cesare Borgia, Pope Alexander's son. That's who that is. That's not Jesus.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, no. He's not Jesus. Jesus has black skin.
When it comes to those things, the God is black.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
And they look to the point.
Hello? Hello? No, No, it's fine. It was a good conversation. Thank you, man. You have a good night.
Good night.
Stay safe and stay healthy, dude. Thank you, man. I apologize for delay. Period. I had an elderly passenger. I had to help her up the stairs. Period. I'm on my way. Alright, let's finish this. It's supposed to be footage from the road. Bars.
This is Mars, 140 million miles away.
Hello, how are you?
New extremely detailed view of Mars just dropped with actual sound of Mars from 140 million miles away.
You're welcome.
roundabout is the second exit on Fort Jersey Boulevard. Use the right lane exit on Fort Jersey Boulevard, then turn left.
If it gets too cool in here, let me know. I'll turn it back off, okay? It dries me up. It's killing me. Right on the side.
Rock American.
Bring it with the hood. Okay. That I can see. No, I ain't mad at you because I'm not driving. I'll catch you.
Come on, Mommy.
Have a good night. Stay safe and stay healthy, dear.
Thank you. Mommy. Come on. Are you playing? Let me get my remote and be. You don't know nothing about it. The child is left.
You're welcome. Good night. My bad, people. Let's go. We're going to do a couple more there. Let's shut it down. That's supposed to be Mars, y'all. But whatever. I ain't never been to Mexico.
NASA releases extremely detailed selfie by Curiosity with actual sand of Mars from 140 million miles away.
NASA releases clearest view of Mars.
If you take this mountain peak in the Garden of the Gods, Colorado, turn it sideways, and you see a man's face there, you think it's pareidolia? Well, then they have you stuck exactly where they want you. Not knowing truth and not being open-minded enough to know where you truly live. When I first started seeing the faces in the rocks about 2 years ago, I thought it all had to be CGI, computer-generated, or AI. And then my brother-in-law, my very own brother-in-law, sent me this picture. And it took my guard down enough to make me realize that this was real. This was going on. And then when you start to realize that the place where you live is a whole lot different than what you ever could imagine, and you see that these faces in the rocks are are literally everywhere. And some of them are so real and so distinct and so perfectly facial features that even if you are dead asleep, you have to ask yourself, what in the world is going on here? Back to the beginning, I said if you think these white formations are just pareidolia looking like something, but not really something, well then, like I said, they have you exactly where they want you. And where they want you is accepting the reality that they have fed you, the reality through the television, the reality through the public indoctrination, education system. They want you seeing and not believing because it doesn't match what they told you. They want you to especially not believe the Bible. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God, angels, came into the daughters of men. They created the giants, the Nephilim. And we saw that the giants, the son of Anak, which came of the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. You see, you might be awake, but are you awake enough to know that all the lies are spiritual, and they are trying to hide the fact that the Bible and God and JC are real? That's why they hide giants. That's why they hide dragons. This is a cave in Egypt. Again, is that just pareidolia to you, or something else that's mentioned in the Bible dozens of times? That's why they hide the firmament. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, divide the day from the
Hello,
night,
how are you?
and let them be for signs,
I'm well,
for
thank you.
seasons. Right in the first page of the Bible. Right there. So go ahead, continue to think that this is just pareidolia, and that you're in a deep, spinning 1,000 miles per hour
16 hours,
every day,
right?
and 66,000 miles per hour around the sun every year, and chasing everything through the universe at astounding 1.2 billion miles per hour. Only to have the stars never to change, ever, ever. We can start with things not as you're told. Entertainment purposes. I know those just happened because glaciers traveled through here billions of years ago and formed these rock formations that have perfect noses. Do you know if you take les gens partager une vidéo audio massivement. Il faut tout dénoncer.
Here's the thing. This game can pay to play interesting and unbelievable UK facts you didn't know. Follow to keep discovering unbelievable facts, so you don't disappear and miss out. In the UK, there is a forest where trees mysteriously move at night, and no one knows why. Did you know that TikTok knows who has a crush on you? Your secret admirer is the second person that appears.
So, Jason Plargin recently posted this video about Star Trek transporters and whether or not people would actually use them if they were real. And this gives me a wonderful excuse to talk about one of my favorite video game experiences ever. The video game is called Soma. It's a survival horror / walking simulator game, and I think about the ending of this game every single day, and I played it like 10 years ago. Before we get into it, the question that Jason poses is whether or not you would use a Star Trek transporter, given how they would theoretically work, which is that you are deconstructed and then rebuilt simply magically teleport. Your cells are broken down and reconstructed somewhere else, which means the version of you that arrives in the new place isn't technically still you. It is you, but it's not you, because now you are kind of dead. You've been killed and rebuilt in a new place, which is almost kind of like a clone of you. And the question arises, would you do that? Would you use it? Well, Soma has an answer to that, which is one of the most harrowing and thought-provoking things I've ever seen in any form of media ever, and as I said, I think about it constantly. See, Soma is a game about a guy who wakes up 100 years from now in an underwater scientific research base. He got into a car crash in the present day and opted to have his brain scanned. He finds out soon after in the game that he did in fact die in the present day, and the version of him that he now is in the future is an upload of himself into a robot body. He is guided through the game by a disembodied AI companion who is also an upload of the consciousness of someone who worked at this facility. So he kind of understands that even though he has all of his thoughts and his memories intact, he is in fact a robot version of himself, an AI upload of himself. And they make their way to something called the Ark, which is a computer that's going to be blasted off into space on a rocket. And playing as him, you have to upload his consciousness into this computer, which will then be sent off to this kind of perfect heaven place. And it works, kind of, because the version of him that is uploaded is then living forever in this perfect computerized digital heaven space. But the rocket takes off, and he's still there, watching it go. And he turns to her and he says, "It didn't work. I'm still here." And she says, "Look, we've been through this. It did work. You uploaded yourself into this computer and the computer was launched into space. So there's a new version of you with all your thoughts and opinions and all your feelings and your entire consciousness right up until the moment it launched, now up in space. And this older version of you is stuck here watching it happen. That's how it works. You cannot be physically moved into the computer. A version of you is created through the upload process. So there's a version of him up in space and there's a version of him here who is stuck, and he is absolutely furious and upset that he's been left behind, even though he technically hasn't. There is a cloned version of him living the life that he wanted to live, but the original him is stuck here. And that's how Star Trek transporters technically work, I guess. It's the same thing. There is a version of you that will die and a version of you that will go on living with all the thoughts, feelings, and memories and experiences of you up until the very moment that the thing happened. And I think about this every single day. The idea that you could upload your consciousness into a computer and a version of your consciousness would live on in that computer, but you technically wouldn't. I mean, you would, because it's a version of you, but the original wouldn't.
All right, you're killing me. My biggest learning of 2024, don't play mobile games again without...
Heard about that this is the best flat earth proof, and it's been hiding in plain sight since the first compass was invented. Stick around. What you're about to hear is straight up forbidden knowledge. Oh, and the ending. You'll want to screenshot this. Antarctica, the one place on Earth you're not allowed to fully explore. Why? International treaties. Suspicious, right? Now grab a compass. North, always fixed. East and west, forever. But on a spinning globe, directions should curve like a pencil. And ancient maps, they called Earth a circle with 4 corners. Something a ball can't have. Does your brain hurt yet? Here's the twist. Flat Earth explains it perfectly. Picture Earth as a giant disk. Antarctica isn't a continent. It's a massive ice wall guarding the edge. Compasses make sense here. North points to the center. East-west wrap around the disk. Go far enough south. You hit the wall. No looping. Just ice. And guess what? That's exactly where the no trespassing signs are. Take a flight from Chile to Sydney. On a globe, it should dip south. But nope, it goes straight east. Why? Because on a flat plane, that's the shortest path. Now try this. Face north and walk sideways. You'll circle the disk like a vinyl record. Walk south. You'll hit Antarctica's restricted zone. Coincidence? No. Even crazier. Ancient texts describe Earth as a firmament with a compass set on its face. Sound familiar? Want more red pill moments?
Hello, how are you?
Follow and remember, this is...
Yes.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
So she's gonna correct her.
That when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
So she leans over and says,
Correct? Answer they represent what I said. I just have to stop.
God, wait, that's not what I. You're welcome. Have a good night. You're just writing a speech. That's fucking weird. Weird.
Page 55 from the committee interview, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that,
Wait, I'm missing the thing I'm supposed to be seeing. She mouthed her.
took place on July 17, 2023. In that, which lead this interview, has to reply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
She made a mistake. So she's gonna.
If I were you, I would never sleep with a cell phone under the pillow. Curious facts you didn't know. Human hair is so strong that if all the strands were tied together, the hairs on one end could support the weight of 2 elephants. The richest man in the world has more money than the 20 poorest countries combined. Some eagles are so large that they can be larger than a car. Your cell phone is being tracked. If in doubt, do the following. Click on the green icon below, then swipe right and select the More option. If there is a Blue Radio app, I recommend you delete it now. Whenever you write "scream" like this with square brackets, an emoji will appear. If it doesn't appear, your cell phone could be fake. If all the bees in the world disappeared, humanity would have only 4 years to survive. The human body produces enough heat in 30 minutes to boil half a liter of water. The acid in your stomach is enough to dissolve a steel chain in minutes. Believe it or not, a drop of water falling from a certain height can reach enough speed to pierce a human skull. A person swallows about 50 mosquitoes during his lifetime. According to studies, you get smarter every day if you like and follow me. If I were you, I would never sleep with a cell phone under the pillow. Curious facts you didn't know. Human hair is so strong that if all the strands were tied together, the hairs on one end could support the weight of 2 elephants. The richest man.
Tell you that true story. Something watch this video today. Get ready. This video is for entertainment purposes only.
quickie. What side will you do me quickie? Interested in conventional energy systems, oil, gas, coal, public utilities. You're not going to get public utility. You have a box at your house that would deploy energy out of what's called the 0-point energy field or quantum energy entanglement field. And you run your house with no power bill ever. Same thing with your car. Now go in there to plug it in like a Tesla. Maybe a real Tesla. Nikola Tesla had one. He had no one never had to be plugged in. So the point I'm making here is that we really could restart civilization and put it back on track, but there are a lot of headwinds against it. I mean, think of the powerful interests that do not want that to happen. I mean, do know what they're saying. That's a big lie that we don't know what these are. There are two types of UFOs, man-made, that are electromagnetic anti-gravs. The date that the breakthrough happened, where we had a stable anti-grav system, was October 1954. Not 94. So those have begun to be experimented with and developed since the year before I was born, 1955. Now the extraterrestrial vehicle is very different. Although they move in a similar way, they can be confused. So there are two things that are being confused as one thing. There were both extraterrestrial and man-made UAPs or UFOs. Now, until recently, the people in the government who were looking into this didn't know that. They were being gaslit or deceived by people going up there and saying, gee, we have no idea what these are. Second big lie, which is of great concern, is that we don't know how these operate. Well, that's what they want everyone to believe, because if they were acknowledged, we know how these function. We'd be going, then what are we doing making solar panels and windmills when we have something that would be a box this big that would run this building 24 hours a day, rain or shine, or wind or no wind? It's about all these technologies. But if those were brought out, you know, in 10 to 20 years, we'd have a new civilization here. And a lot of them have to be held back for a while. The things that fly, you know, the things that are, you know, anti-grav things that fly around. But the ones that just generate energy, that would, you know, get us off oil and gas. I do not know what's going on, but something is definitely wrong. Allegedly, what is being said is that the White House is in a crisis. So much so that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris both had to cancel their trip to rush back to Washington, D.C. In this video I'm about to show you with Joe Biden walking with his wife, he do not look amused. He just look like, damn, I do not know what the emergency is, but the look on his face do not look good. So the air is so clear here. See if you can guess. Hello, how are you? I'll let you know in another video how far this mountain ranges from us. See if you can guess. So the air is so clear here. See if you can guess, and I'll let everyone to be a fool for the connection. Holy shit! I'm barefooted.
I'm just cleaning out the house. What the fuck is that? It is. That's my neighbor's house. It's bigger than their house. You know the red and green lights at the FAA. This is just, guys, I'm barefooted. I'm scared. Guys, fuck, I want to go down there. You know what? Fuck it, guys. Fuck it. I'm so scared right now. Fuck, I don't know if I can do it. I can't. I don't have any fucking shoes on. Fuck. I got my shoes on, guys. This streamer started crashing out live on stream. Watch this next clip because I haven't seen it anywhere else. Let me show you how it is tonight. Look at this. So, how did look? First of all, the moon is throwing up an X. Y'all see that? But how did this thing get on this side of the moon today? Right? Because this thing right here, whatever it is, Venus, was literally on top of the moon. I'm gonna post a picture so y'all can see, but it was literally on top of the moon. I'm talking about literally like half a mile out. Now this shit is literally right next to the moon. What is this? Bro, what is that? Look at it, it's blinking. So are we, and then again, the moon is eclipsing. So are we in this every month now? What is going on, bro? What is reality? And the fact of the matter is, right? I don't know if y'all can tell, but behind the moon, it's bright as hell. There's like a bright spot behind the moon. Why is that? Y'all know what I'm saying? There's like a spotlight behind it. I know the moon's like a spotlight, but it looks like a spotlight because the rest of the sky is dark. Look. But why? You see what I'm saying? Crazy. But yeah, what is that? Did it just disappear? Oh, okay. What am I gonna say? Now, let me show you.
Turn right to stay on South Harrison Street, then turn left.
Up in here, man?
Yeah. Turn left to stay on South Harrison Street, then drop off Raven.
This one here?
Drop off Raven. Thank you.
what's going on. I know, in therapy, but we never get to this kind of place of that openness, and it was like a glimpse of this timelessness, but then I freaked out, and it's so scary, it's so uncertain, I gotta have something I can hold on to. So I said, okay, well, what comes to mind when you think about this terror? And then he just looks at me and he gets tearful and he goes, I was in an orphanage for 6 months and I have no idea what that was about. And I said, well, do you know about the difference between implicit and explicit memory? He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, what do you think uncertainty was like for you in that adoption place? And this is where I'm an attachment researcher, so we have lots of evidence, Christoph, that implicit memories laid down in infancy are remembered, not explicitly. You never say, oh, I'm remembering it explicitly, but they affect your emotions, they affect your passions, they affect the way you feel in your body, they affect your sense of self. What he did was, he said, oh, you mean I can actually have a memory of how frightening uncertainty was, but when I'm remembering it, I don't realize I'm remembering it. I just think uncertainty is frightening. I said, yeah, so try the wheel again. And when the panic comes up, just say, oh, I'm remembering when I was in the orphanage and everything changed for him. This person had it.
And the skeleton of the giant in Ecuador is actually in the museum in Ecuador. Here it is. It's been reconstructed and it's actually in the museum. You can go and see it. A 7-meter giant in a museum in Ecuador. These are just small giants, because when you read Leviticus, it says that we were like locusts by their side. And in the book of Enoch, it says the giants were 3,000 ells tall. 1 ell is about just less than half a meter. That means it would make the giants 1.5 kilometers or just less than 1 mile tall. And some of you may have seen the new discoveries of the giant trees that we seem to have lost around the world. They were somewhat chopped down. And I believe that many of those trees were accompanied by giants as well. And we have lots of remains of giants. This might be a real giant heart of a giant 150 meters tall. And it just so happens that this, what I recently only saw as a rock that was strategically placed just beneath that giant footprint. This is a rock. It's like a marker stone that's been placed there, very strategically, put upright and propped up with other rocks. And you see that little round thing there? That could be where the aorta came in. You can even see the little thing moving away from it. When you start looking at mud fossils and fossilized bones, things change quite dramatically. It's a complete metamorphosis and a change in mineralogy that happens during mud fossilization. It is a subject that not too many people know too much about. And the skeleton of the giant in Ecuador is actually in the museum in Ecuador. Here it is. It's been reconstructed and it's actually in the museum. You can go and see it. A 7-meter giant in a museum in Ecuador. These are just small giants, because when you read Leviticus, it says...
Hello, how are you?
Head to your drop off at 185 Central Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Freeway Drive East. Turn right on Freeway Drive East.
Syria. And what she learned in those briefings horrified her, and she unabashed did her job, informed us, the American people, about what was really going on, what our government was really doing in our area. Under the Obama administration was funding Islamist extremist groups like Al-Qaeda, even helping to create some of these groups, all in an effort to regime change the Syrian government. This is something you'll probably remember her saying over and over again in the 2015-2016 presidential debates with Hillary Clinton. And a U.S. Congresswoman spilling the beans, actually telling the truth, scares the living hell out of them. I want you to think about this for a minute. Tulsi was in Congress for 8 years. In those 8 years, after learning about the Obama administration's covert policy to prop up Al-Qaeda, to fund them in the Middle East, to use them to overthrow Syria's government, which, by the way, Syria's government, Bashar al-Assad, just was overthrown like 2 months ago, right at the end of the Biden administration. Well, Tulsi unabashedly told the American people the truth, something no other member of Congress has done. Now, imagine what she'll learn as DNI. The Director of National Intelligence is this country's top intel officer. She would have TS-SCI clearance and a need to know. That's important. She would have a need to know to be read into any black project she wants, because TS-SCI, even if you have that clearance level, you could still only be read into what you have a need to know on. Well, as DNI, she has a need to know on everything. That makes her extremely dangerous. Watch this. In another story, we learned some amazing new information about why the National Guard wasn't deployed to the Capitol on J6, something that the media and Dems have told us for years was the fault of who? Donald Trump. Tried pinning that on Donald Trump, that the National Guard wasn't there because Trump wanted to carry out an insurrection, quote unquote. It turns out that was a complete lie, which we've reported on before, but yesterday it was confirmed by a sitting U.S. Senator on the Intel Committee, which Trump has been saying since it happened. In fact, days in advance of J6, President Trump was sitting in the Oval Office with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he ordered 20,000 National Guard troops to deploy to the Capitol for J6, a direct order from the President of the United States. So why then? Why weren't they deployed? Trump ordered that they deploy. It turns out that the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, sent a declination order to Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and the Sergeant of Arms, or the Sergeant of Arms, Syria. And what she learned in those briefings horrified her, and she unabashedly did her job, informed us, the American people, about what was really going on, what our government was really doing in our area. The CIA, under the Obama administration, was funding Islamist extremists like Al-Qaeda, even helping to create some of these groups, all in an effort to regime change the Syrian government. This is something you'll probably remember her saying over and over again in the 2015-2016 presidential debates with Hillary Clinton. And a U.S. Congresswoman spilling the beans, actually telling the truth, scares the living hell out of them. And just think about this for a minute. Tulsi was in Congress for 8 years. In those 8 years, after learning about the Obama administration's covert policy to prop up Al-Qaeda, to fund them in the Middle East, to use them to overthrow Syria's government.
If you have a dog or a cat,
Did y'all forget that the only way for us to move forward is if the moon was that fast? He told you. Whenever they arrive, one of the first things they're going to do is destroy. How soon you all forget? But keep your eyes open. Keep it.
you're single and
Said fuck me. And I was like, cool. So everything I ate at East, this is where we get the term American and Mexican from. America equals a Moor, a Khan. Khan equals priest/king in Hebrew. Moors equals those peoples that had that knowledge. This is why we have Genghis Khan. He
was one of the greatest Khans or priest kings to ever live. This is why we have Dominican, Puerto Rican, Mexican, American, because these were priest kings who were set up amongst the nation of Israel, because Israel doesn't equal a physical location. You've been given authority over the earth.
Where you at, dude? I can turn back around if you need me.
Are you reading the context?
Up in here?
Remember that
Can I go in or no?
the Mexicans used to rule like the majority of America. So they basically got that taken from them.
Right here?
Mexico would be the tribe of Issachar as well as Judah. Maybe one or two others. But Judah is going to be the...
How do I get out? Like that way?
Also going to be given the Torah, which is why a lot of Mexicans are called, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It's almost a joke when you start to see that all these Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, a lot of these Dominicans, they all have like super biblical names. Malachi, is that you? Some form of Malachi or Jose or Josue or Hosea. It goes back to Joshua or Joshua. Is the Y, the H, and the J Spanish. You know what I mean. But remember, you're a royal priesthood. You're a royal khanhood, a peculiar people. This is why they don't want you to know who you are. They don't want you to accept the sovereignty made to pay all these taxes here all the time. That's not called the land of milk and honey. This is also why we have more pyramids in America than anywhere else in the world. Remember that the Temple of Jerusalem, after it had been destroyed, it was technically, this is all documented, it was moved to Scotland. This is where we get the name Scotland from. Is from Queen Scotia, who was a he. And Jeremiah, who helped bring her there, his Irish or Scottish name was Olafokla, or Olafola, depending on who you ask. This is also why the Gaels, this is why the Scottish, the Irish, and the British, and the Spanish equals man or men or husband. British equals covenant men. This is where we get King Arthur and the stories of the 12 knights of the disciples. This is why you get all the saints in that part of the world, as well as in the Spanish countries. Ish sounds like they've pulled a con-ish situation. But anyways, that's why we made y'all the Health Bible. Everything that you need now is going to be there. JacobFlint.com. This is where we get to turn.
Yeah, my bad.
Weird. Like if you can tell, but it's like the polar optical DJ. Wow, you're not getting it out now. Get out now. This is not good. This is not. Get the hell out. I can feel the heat leaving my house from that flame right there. Oh my God, get out of here now. Winery is on fire. What the hell? Over the course of 2 years, more than 12 million people came to this golden door in pursuit of new land and new opportunities. Once inside the large building, these soon-to-be Americans would endure a 3 to 5 hour process where they were examined for medical conditions and interrogated. If they passed, and 98% of them did, they would be sent on their way without as much as a piece of paper to prove their newly granted citizenship. In 1924, the island became a detention center for migrants and was abandoned 30 years later. In 1965, it became part of the National Park System. So whatever happened to young Annie Moore? According to research by Megan Smoleniak, she settled in the Lower East Side, married a bakery clerk, had 11
I'm good.
children,
How are you, brother?
died at the age of 47. It's estimated that up to 40% of all
The door's
Americans
still open.
can trace their ancestry to those early Ellis Island immigrants. Over the course of 32 years,
You said a little now.
12 million people came to this golden door.
You loud as hell. Nah, you good. At least you gave full water. That's what's up.
Medical conditions and interrogated. 98% of them did. They would be sent on their way without as much as a piece of paper to prove their newly granted citizenship. In 1924, the island became a detention.
also has the function where you set it in a huge circle around you. Take video. So you can set that.
This is my ultimate carbine hack.
Happy New Year. Prague. And here I am at St. Vitus Cathedral, and behind me, what looks like an ancient power station, if you can see the transformers and all the antennas. The reason why it looks like an ancient power station is because it is an ancient power station and was nothing to do with religious practices. The people that said they built it didn't build it, they found it. And that's what I'm going to find out. Who did it, when they did it, and why they did it. So I shall get back to you and some answers. Happy New Year. Welcome to Prague. And here I am.
Arrive at your destination.
Not too long ago, when people all over the world were reporting and posting this sight that they saw in the sky, we were originally told that this was due to SpaceX's Starship exploding and the debris going everywhere. Well, a couple nights ago, people in the suburbs of Chicago saw something very similar, only this time, we know for sure that it wasn't SpaceX or anything involved with SpaceX. People were already suspicious that SpaceX's Starship was the sole reason that something this grand happened. But now, after what was seen a few nights ago in Chicago, people are starting to come up with theories that whatever's going on with this situation is completely different than what we were told. From a wide range of ideas and theories, some theorize that these are non-human entities entering our atmosphere, possibly fallen angels or a connection to the Galactic Federation, while others theorize that this is indeed debris from man-made devices, but we're not being told the real reason why these devices exploded. According to that second theory, SpaceX's Starship didn't explode because of a simple malfunction, but instead because it hit something in the upper atmosphere. Many people believing that what it hit was the firmament. Do you remember not too long ago when people all over the world...
All right, listen carefully, because what I'm about to tell you isn't just some wild theory. It's the truth they don't want you to know. The world as you think you know it, it's a lie. A fabricated illusion built to keep people complacent, ignorant, and trapped inside a massive prison disguised as a safe haven. But let's start from the beginning. For over a century, the people of Earth believed they were the last remnants of civilization, locked behind three massive walls: Gideon, Luthor, and Orin, because beyond them, monsters, towering, mindless creatures called Nephilim, whose only instinct seemed to be to devour humans. No one knew where they came from. No one questioned why they existed. They just accepted that the walls were their only salvation. Sounds suspicious, right? Then came Red Horst. Not a soldier, not some chosen hero, a researcher. Unlike most, Red wasn't satisfied with the official narratives. He had spent years studying the old ruins near the edge of the walls, uncovering ancient texts, forgotten artifacts, and strange symbols that pointed to a past far different from the one they had been told. The more he dug, the more questions arose. If the world outside was just death and monsters, why were there records of thriving cities beyond the walls? If humanity had always lived inside this prison, why did the oldest map show roads leading outward? Ren's obsession led him to a hidden chamber beneath the city. inside the walls had ever been told about. A war between Panthea and the descendants of the Nephilim, the very ancestors of the people locked away on Earth. Then the real nightmare began. Ren was no longer just a researcher. He was a threat. The ruling powers of Earth had spent centuries ensuring that no one ever asked these questions. The walls weren't built to keep Nephilim out. They were built to keep people in. The Nephilim? Not some freak accident of nature. They were weapons. Tools of oppression created by Panthea, a vast and advanced empire that had been controlling the fate of those trapped inside. And the worst part? The people behind the walls weren't the victims of some external catastrophe. They were prisoners. The descendants of the Nephilim, once rulers of great cities, had been sealed away, their past erased, their knowledge suppressed. Panthea had rewritten history, feeding them the lie that they had always lived in fear of the Nephilim, when in reality they had been locked away to ensure they would never rise again. And here's the real kicker. This isn't just ancient history. It's still happening. The walls may not be made of stone anymore, but they exist. Orders, systems, beliefs, everything carefully constructed to keep humanity contained, blind to its true origins. Every war, every crisis, every catastrophe, it's all part of a cycle designed to prevent people from looking too far beyond the world they've been given. But the truth can't stay buried forever. And once Red uncovered it, everything changed. The war wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about rediscovery, about reclaiming a past that had been stolen. And that, my friend, is the real story of humanity. But don't just take my word for it. Look at the evidence. The signs were there all along. You just have to be willing to see them. All right? Listen carefully. The secret to a good credit limit. I gotta believe what's going on in Los Angeles. This is happening everywhere. If you look on top, you'll see the craziest thing. Right now. It's not even a joke. You guys need to follow me because I'm exposing all the strange phenomena that are going on in Los Angeles. Follow me because they're bringing it down right now. Follow me for part two. They got it. Next, got it. We're not going to believe what's going on in Los Angeles. This is happening everywhere. If you look on top, you'll see the craziest thing that was on right now. It's not even a joke. You guys need to follow me because I'm exposing all the strange phenomena that are going on in Los Angeles. Follow me.
What's the left? Oh no, I can't turn left. Got it. Yes, sir.
the thought of lugging my giant tripod around has stopped me from filming so many content ideas, but I swear ever since I bought this phone holder, I am filming everything and pumping out so much content. And we all know the more you
All right, people. I'm gonna shut this broadcast down. Everything that I showed is what's on my feed. As I stated when I started, tonight that is. TikTok changed after the shutdown. I think it's part of Meta now. And I don't know about you, but for me, I didn't like the pop-up ads. I still got a lot of them, but I went through and I blocked everything Meta, everything Facebook. So, I'm doing job well. I need to get rid of that shit. Hopefully, my ads is back up. It didn't do too bad. I am used to receiving, a lot of different type of content pertaining to like conspiracies, Tartaria, Flat Earth, Ice Wall, Antarctica, the Bible, Children of Israel, a lot of different shit, but not a whole bunch of like dumb shit. So anyway, that's the end of this broadcast, and my bad. I'll get back at y'all tomorrow.